Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. I welcome Minister Ayres and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of enterprise, investment and trade, tourism and sport and Western Sydney. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In those circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take questions on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? All witnesses will be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. And in fact, rather than listing everybody else has already sworn, except we just have one that we need to do today. That's Ms Jones. Ms Jones, if you could please state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation. Yes. Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 12:45pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. We will be joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today. We'll begin with questions from the opposition. I don't think any of them are actually. Oh, except for mine. Are you guys? But you can hear it? So Hansard have got it. We'll see how we go. Yeah. Sorry, everybody. Excuse me. We are having some technical difficulties. People can't hear the broadcast, so we are going to have to pause proceedings until we fix our IT issues. So we'll just pause the broadcast here. Yeah, but I'm the only one. Yeah. I mean, that works for me. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Given that the sound wasn't working to the outside world, we're actually going to start from the beginning. Mr. Graham. I don't need to do this again.
Oh, you don't need to do the introduction, okay.
Not right from the beginning.
Thank you. Minister, welcome. Congratulations on your new roles.
Thank you.
And thanks to the officials who are appearing with you today. I don't know if you are going to see this coming, but I was intending to ask you about the Refresh and Renew grants. 7 out of 10 of these went to coalition seats. How can you defend this?
As I was saying before the broadcast, this is a merit-based application process. Applications were assessed by Destination New South Wales, and the recipients of this fund were selected based on their meritorious application. I didn't play an active role in the selection of the grants. They are approved by me as the Minister for Tourism, but they are selected based on their merit.
Why is it that under this government, voters in coalition electorates are more meritorious? That's how it seems.
I think that's a poor characterisation of the applications. As I understand it, this fund was quite a large, or there was a large amount of applications. That's not unexpected given the impacts that have happened on the tourism industry over the last 2 years, but the applications were assessed independently. There isn't a criteria in the application process that refers to where these businesses are located in relation to seats, so I think it would be a poor characterisation to suggest that Destination New South Wales considered the seats that businesses are located in when making their selections.
Minister, one of these $10,000 grants went to a business on the mid-north coast that's owned by one of the directors of the board that was involved in assessing the applications in that region. This application got up, but of the 159 applications, 141 others missed out. Do you defend that process as well?
Well, I will defend the process for meritorious selection in general. I'm going to work on an assumption here that that selection process would have ensured that there was an appropriate level of probity around that individual grant, and that any required declarations around that were undertaken, but I'm happy to take on notice and come back to the committee to update the committee to ensure that took place.
Minister, data from the Office of Sport shows about 3/4 of the grants from the Greater Sydney Sports Facility Fund were awarded to Liberal-held seats in the lead-up to the last election. How do you defend that grant process?
I'm not sure what the remit of the extension of this budget estimates hearing is, but that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, well, it's in scope. Yeah. You're the Minister.
Yeah.
How do you defend it?
The selection process, once again, was undertaken, and that grant program has continued on. It's been operating under different ministers over the last 3 years as the portfolio arrangements have changed. Once again, it's a meritorious-based selection process.
Well, evidence to the Parliament shows it wasn't a merit-based selection process. You handpicked the successful grants from a shortlist that was provided from the Office of Sport. How do you defend that process?
The passage of time, I will need to go back and look at everything that took place here. So. But what I will say is that process was undertaken. I do recall that there were a number of there were a number of applications that came from the Penrith community, the Penrith local government area. So I did. There were. There were a number from the Penrith LGA.
We've seen the outcomes.
Yes, a much larger number than others, and I did provide advice to the Office of Sport that they would need to limit those applications.
But you accept that you handpicked from a list from the Office of Sport. That's the evidence to the Parliament. Do you accept that as Minister? Is that your recollection?
No, I'll take that on notice and go back and look at the selection process.
Do you accept that 12 out of these 15 grants before the election, immediately before the election, $33 million went to Liberal seats?
I think that's been widely reported.
Yeah, do you accept it, Minister? Do you accept that fact?
I think you've asked it and he's answered.
Yeah, it's been widely reported where the grants went.
Minister, the CEO of the Australian Clay Target Association, Tony Turner, received a phone call in relation to the proposed convention space in Wagga from a government official saying this: the minister wants it bigger. Were you that minister?
I've provided evidence to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, both in a private hearing and a public hearing, and I don't think it would be prudent that I add any more to that. Everything I've had to say about this is already on the public record.
Well, you're now in the Parliament at estimates. You've also got obligations to the Parliament. Were you that minister?
I don't recall using those phrases at all.
Do you believe when that official referred to the minister wanting it bigger, that official was referring to you as that minister?
I'm not going to speculate on what people think.
Do you stand by your comments that ICAC should get independent funding when they stop wasting our money?
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Harvey.
The Independent Commission Against Corruption is not part of the Minister's board. He's not officially connected to it.
Well, it's relevant to the point of order. It's relevant to every minister's portfolio, particularly where they're giving out this many grants.
Correct. The question is in order.
Do you stand by those comments, Minister? I'll put them to you again, that ICAC should get independent funding, quote, when they stop wasting our money.
My view is that I've watched ICAC allocate their time to various inquiries. I've participated in one of those. I'm highly critical of the way in which they've undertaken some of the timing around those investigations. They have access to funds like all other public agencies, and they should make sure they allocate them appropriately.
And when you say being critical, does that include of the most recent inquiry, the one at which you just referred to appearing at?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah, I do.
So you're unapologetic about these comments about the ICAC?
I think ICAC has access to public funds. It should use those public funds appropriately.
And do you believe they are wasting our money, to use your words? Do you stand by that part of the comment?
I gave evidence in the public hearing very clearly that I didn't believe that Gladys Berejiklian had breached any code of conduct inquiry. I thought it was a travesty that the ICAC delayed its inquiry quite clearly into its investigation into the allocation of funds to the ALP, that it recently, in fact subsequent to those comments that were captured on the microphone, it's released that outcome. I think that outcome should have been reached much earlier.
But do you accept, in saying ICAC is wasting our money, that you're out of step with the public, out of step with the Premier in putting that view?
I think you've asked it and he's already answered.
Well, this is
Have you got a point of order, or are you just interjecting?
Do you accept you're out of step with the public in putting that view?
All public agencies have a responsibility to allocate their funds that have been provided to them by the taxpayer. There are members of this Parliament that are yet to have hearings concluded. ICAC has decided to expand investigations, which it has every right to do, but I think there is clearly a requirement for ICAC to utilise those funds that are provided to it in the most appropriate fashion.
You're putting a stronger view than that, though, Minister. You're saying ICAC is wasting our money. Do you accept that's out of step with the public mood?
I think the public deserves to have a strong anti-corruption watchdog. I think it's absolutely critical that the Independent Commission follows the information that's provided to it and sees those inquiries through. My criticism of them has been the decision to divert resources away from those existing inquiries into the inquiry that expanded the reach into the former Premier.
Minister, on the 2nd of July 2016, you were the Tourism Minister. You announced a tourism restructure to create destination networks. They were the key vehicle to deliver tourism to regional and rural areas of the state, that is outside the capital cities. When you announced the boundaries on that date for the Sydney Surrounds North destination network, why did you include the Penrith local government area in your own electorate?
At the time, the destination networks were replacing what were local, I can't remember the exact acronym, they were local tourism organisations, LTOs. Many of those LTOs were failing.
RTOs, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
But go on.
Yeah, well, there's a combination of both.
Yeah.
Also RTOs and LTOs. Some of those RTOs were failing. The government adopted a position that it would no longer continue to fund some of those failing RTOs, and it established the policy settings around creating destination networks. Blue Mountains had a regional tourism organisation historically. At the time, Blue Mountains LGA, Penrith LGA and Hawkesbury LGA had created a tourism alliance. The Blue Mountains was logically going to be allocated, well, at the time we say logically going to be allocated to the Sydney Surrounds North, and it made sense and was supported by all three LGAs at the time that those three LGAs move into the Sydney Surrounds North destination network.
And do you accept, though, that that's your view, that Penrith as a local government area, for the reasons you're outlining, should be in the regional basket, is different to, say, the national definitions for that Tourism Research Australia use, for example, and make it clear that they refer to these regional areas as all local government areas, I'm quoting now, outside of capital city areas and the Gold Coast. They're the regional tourism areas. Do you accept that? I might just ask if that issue, that paper could be handed up to the Minister.
Yes, I accept that the regional locations don't include Hawkesbury and Penrith.
Yes, yeah, no, exactly. Well, why on the, I'll just get you to look at this piece of paper. Why is it that on the Destination Sydney Surrounds North website, if you look at this, the justification on the website, when you look at Penrith, is to click through to the Tourism Research Australia data for the local government profile. It shows, and that's that list you've got in front of you, Minister, it shows all of the regional local government areas in that Sydney Surrounds North destination network. They're all there. Blue Mountains, Central Coast, Cessnock, Dungog, Hawkesbury, Lake Macquarie, Maitland, Muswellbrook, Newcastle, Port Stephens, Singleton, Upper Hunter Shire. 12 of the 13 local government areas are there. One isn't. Penrith, in your electorate. Why did you put Penrith in when that's not the position of the National Tourism Authorities?
At the time, and I will emphasise to the committee that there has actually been subsequent reforms to the destination
I'm clear on
networks, but at the time, the main issue there was how to deal with the Blue Mountains, and the Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury and Penrith had created a tourism alliance because there are some substantial weaknesses that exist in each of those LGAs. For instance, the capacity to deliver extra accommodation will be very difficult to deliver in the Blue Mountains given its development constraint. So short-term accommodation is more likely to be provided in a location like Penrith. That makes logical sense given its proximity to new tourism assets like the airport. Hawkesbury is also an important gateway access point into the Blue Mountains. Those three local government areas at the time had formed that alliance. That alliance no longer exists in the structure that it did at the time. But the presence of Blue Mountains brought Hawkesbury and Penrith into those locations.
You accept, Minister, this was your decision at the time to include your local area in there, even though it wasn't regional? Your decision. Do you accept that?
We definitely put forward the proposal to include Hawkesbury and Penrith to Cabinet, and Cabinet agreed to that.
When you say we, you mean you as Minister?
And we engage with the tourism sector, we engage with local governments. I think it's also fair to reference that the Penrith LGA has 3 state seats that overlap it.
Was it a departmental recommendation to include Penrith?
Yeah, we discussed at the time the presence of those 3 council areas being in the Tourism Alliance, and that's why we put forward that proposal with relation to the destination.
But what you're saying wasn't your idea, the department recommended it to you?
I'd have to go back and, this was 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Did you declare a conflict of interest when these boundaries were set to include your electorate?
What conflict of interest would I be declaring?
Or being elected.
Well, did you, the fact that you're including your own area in these boundaries separate to any of the other regional areas?
That's not a conflict of interest.
But you accept you made the decision, though. Did you declare a conflict of interest when any of the grants were issued to your area? Subsequently, after you included this area in the regional.
Ministerial Code of Conduct makes it incredibly clear this is not a conflict of interest.
Do you accept that?
Chance to read it someday.
Or a city like Newcastle, for example, which, as you know, is excluded from in sports grants, has been excluded from both metropolitan and regional grants. They get nothing in the sports grants area.
Well,
do you
included
accept
in the Greater Sydney Sport Facility Fund?
Do you accept that in this instance, why they might feel upset, given you're including a city local government area and they're missing out on grants? Do you accept that?
The existence of the destination network doesn't determine where grants go. It was a governance structure that was put in place to facilitate and support tourism operators right across the state. Surely you can recognise that if the Blue Mountains Council and the Hawkesbury Council and the Penrith Council, all recognising their own individual weaknesses, who want to collaborate together to improve the performance of tourism in those locations.
I think you've said that alliance no longer exists, Minister. I want to ask you about a specific grant. $130,000 was given, including to Penrith, for a marketing campaign. There was a recommendation to proceed despite a score of 7 out of 15 on the assessment and no criteria achieving a satisfactory rating. You signed off that grant, including to your local area. Do you stand by that decision?
Yes.
And did you declare a conflict of interest when you made it?
It's not a conflict of interest.
Minister, I'll move on to another issue. The New South Wales Government announced to great fanfare the appointment of the Jobs for New South Wales Board. As Minister for Enterprise and Industry, are you embarrassed that this has now been wound up after a Treasury review?
I'm not embarrassed at all. Jobs for New South Wales was established under Premier Baird. We've since, in fact, just recently established a new department. Last year we created Investment New South Wales. I think governments will always review the performance of what it does. I think we've got a better model now than what we had under Jobs for New South Wales.
Jobs for New South Wales has been scrapped. The Act still exists. It's one of the few bits of legislation you have as Minister. Why haven't you repealed that legislation? Now it's a ghost agency.
As I understand it, there is still funding allocations that are trailing out of that, so that Act is still relevant.
As Minister, you previously defended the investments by the Go Equity New South Wales Fund, including controversial surf and turf investments into oyster and beef investments. Do you stand by those comments?
Yes, once again, nothing has changed here. The assessment process for how those grants were undertaken, Jobs for New South Wales used a third-party investment advisor. They've allocated that. Jobs for New South Wales and the Go Equity Fund particularly has been wound up, and I understand that both of those investments turned a small profit.
Those were exited on the 4th of May 2020. That's the public reporting. Is that accords with your understanding?
Yes, I'll take it as given that the material you're reporting.
I don't think that's in doubt, and they created 100 jobs. That's the government's view. Is that...
those investments? Yeah, I'll take that as a given if that's what's been reported.
You say they turned a profit as the government exited. What was that profit?
$900,000.
Yeah, the public comments have said that there was a profit. It relied on a $900,000 valuation. Does that mean we actually got $900,000 extra? The fact we had the valuation doesn't guarantee that.
I'll take that on notice and provide that material back to the committee.
Even if it was 900,000, even if we did get that full benefit of the valuation, do you accept that that's less than 5% per annum as a return to taxpayers? It's hardly a winning profit in this environment.
In the current environment?
Do you accept that return is relatively low?
5% return's pretty good when the cash rate's less than 0.5%.
Do you accept on the 4th of May 2020 that is pretty much the bottom of the Australian stock market? The All Ordinaries hit a low in the days and weeks before that. We've sold at the bottom of the market. Do you accept that?
Well, the government made a decision to exit the Go Equity Fund. So I think once the policy decision was made, you were always going to be selling out at the market conditions at the time.
Yeah, but do you accept that was at the bottom of the market? That's quite clear if you glance at, even thumb through the financial review occasionally.
I'm not going to go back and reflect on where the market was 2 years ago.
This investment created 100 jobs. Originally, when this was announced, the projection was for 4,900 jobs. Do you accept that in job creation terms at least, this fund was a total failure?
Well, the government reviewed the Go Equity Fund. It decided it didn't want to continue with what was effectively an approach to equity loans. It exited that fund and it sold out its investments.
But you said 4,900 jobs, only got 100. Is that a failure, Minister?
I think in relation to those businesses, you'll never really get an opportunity to work out whether it was successful or not because they never got to fully materialise the life of their investment.
The crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you, Minister,
Ms. Boyd.
and to all of you. Let's start with an easy question. I see that you are now Minister for Enterprise, Investment and Trade.
That's correct.
What is the enterprise element of that?
I think the best way to describe the enterprise element is a modern version for industry. The two industries often being used. We see consistently across both business and academia a move towards the concept of enterprise being the driving force here. This is about ensuring that businesses stay strongly focused towards profitability. That profitability is increasingly linked to talent, research and development. And so we want to make sure that New South Wales, in the way we label our departments, is in line with the direction that the economy is moving, and particularly what's taking place in business investment, research and development and our university sector. I know UTS and a number of universities now have professors labelled like this, modernising their terms. And I also noted that the role that the former Premier took on board at Optus also had this term. So it's a reflection of a trend that's taking place across the economy.
So this idea of enterprise then is really about that sort of initiative and resourcefulness sort of side of it then, rather than, or are you saying it's actually a replacement for the word industry?
Oh, I think it's a modernisation of the word industry.
So does that mean, so industry as a whole still sits with you then?
Yes. Most of the allocation or portfolio responsibilities that existed in the former ministers with the industry title sits with this department.
So within government, who is responsible for transitioning one industry to another industry? So if you've got an unsustainable or old-fashioned or just an industry that's being I guess, disrupted out of the market, whose responsibility is it to look after the workers and move them to another industry?
So ministers are allocated across a number of different portfolios. If you're talking, to give you an example, if there are industrial relations arrangements, they would exist with the Employment or Industrial Relations Minister. Probably the area that I suspect is most impacted here will be around energy policy, where energy policy has an impact on the way the economy functions, which is going to force degrees of transition. We would play a role in supporting those ministers. So Minister Keane, for instance, who's the Energy Minister, has set forward a strong policy position around moving towards net zero emissions. This is consistent with what's taking place around the world. I think importantly for us, we're seeing capital flows moving into different businesses. So whilst government is not a substitute for the private sector, where government allocates its resources is about enabling the private sector to make that transition and also take full advantage of emerging trends in the market, and that's consistent with the economic blueprint that the
And I think that's the perfect example, isn't it? And when we're looking at energy, as you say, there are market elements that are shifting energy transition. But if we look at the experience across the world, government has had to intervene to make sure that people weren't left behind in that. I don't think we can rely on private enterprise to be leading that transition. What is your role in ensuring that communities aren't left behind in that sort of transition?
So I do think the private sector will lead on that. The allocation of capital will private capital will far outweigh any amount of resource or revenue.
Just to clarify, I'm not talking about the transition of energy from, for example, closing down a power station, setting up something else. I'm talking about what happens on the ground with workers and communities who are reliant. That is not a thing that the private sector is necessarily going to step in to plug. That is government responsibility. What is your government doing to ensure that there is an actual proper transition for those communities?
Yeah, so to use... We'll replay back in the example. So recently, Minister Keane and I announced a series of support mechanisms available for workers post the announced closure of the Eraring power station, which will be about education and training programs to allow those workers to be able to access that support to help transition into what will be emerging jobs in those locations. Now, some of these things will take time, and we also have to continue to invest in what I would describe as enabling infrastructure that can be both education and capital activities that allow jobs to be created in those emerging markets, and then we have to work with the private sector around matching their needs for skilled staff with staff that are transitioning from other sectors of employment.
So does that mean you're also working with the Minister for Skills and looking at those, I guess, making sure that those opportunities to upskill and reskill are available within those communities without those people having to travel and move to different locations? Is there, I guess what I'm getting at here is there a coordinated response from your government to make sure that people aren't falling through the gaps?
Yeah, and the answer to that is yes, and it will continue to evolve as we respond to market dynamics. The government has said quite openly about the need for various geographical locations around the state that are connected to industries that will struggle to attract capital over the longer term. That will put more pressure on existing assets. Eventually, you'll find a point where those assets can't continue to function because they can't attract the capital to continue to run. We can predict the timeframes at which that will happen, and I think there's an obligation for government to work with industry and those communities to prepare those locations, geographic in many respects, for that transition that comes to them.
One of the issues with energy transition is that where we have existing for example, coal-fired power stations, they have been positioned in particular areas because that was the most appropriate geographical location for those power stations, whereas the
coal deposits.
Next to, near coal deposits, next to water bodies of water, whereas when you look at solar and wind, they often something that is much more appropriate in a completely different location. The experience from South Australia was that you ended up with coal communities or communities that were reliant on coal being left behind with whole new industries starting up in completely different areas. Again, what is your government going to do to ensure that we get replacement industries of a different type going into those communities to make sure that they still have jobs?
I think the government has said a clear part of our net zero strategy and the decarbonisation of the economy, which is happening right across the globe, you need to be able to link where energy is generated to where energy is used. So the renewable energy zones that the New South Wales government has announced in regional New South Wales, I think over time will be world leaders in energy generation. What we need to be able to do is transport or transmit that energy back to the locations where it's going to be used. They are going to be heavily industrialised locations like the Hunter, like the Wollongong community that have often used high energy businesses. They will continue to use high energy businesses, but if you're able to lower the cost of those inputs, then Australian industries will be more competitive on the global stage. They'll be price position for manufacturing will be better. So what you have to, the challenge for the government and more broadly for the economy is to support energy generation through renewables, invest substantially in the transmission of that energy back to locations where manufacturing is going to take place.
One of the great benefits of the renewables industries is that they are pretty much, or to a much greater degree, they are switch on and leave. So when you've got something like a solar farm, there is a significant number of jobs involved to construct. But then when it comes to the ongoing maintenance, there aren't as many jobs in that. We face a real risk in New South Wales that with the energy transition, which I embrace and has to happen, and we're really glad about it, that workers get left behind. And that is why I'm turning my attention to that now. In those circumstances, you're going to have to look for new industries, aren't you, to plug those gaps?
Yes, we will, but I think those industries won't be planned by government. They'll respond to market conditions that are set up in the economy. So one of the things that government should look to do through its regulatory framework is make sure that the low-cost energy that you generate in a renewable energy zone can be deployed in an economy so that businesses can invest their capital into new employment-generating businesses. Almost certainly these are going to be businesses that are able to export or manufacture and export product to a larger market. So this is always going to be, this is not about replacing people who work in a coal-fired power station with the ability to construct a solar farm. This is about people who work in coal-fired power stations transitioning into new jobs in the same location, because those new industries have emerged based on competitive inputs into those businesses.
So you're expecting that just to happen rather than it being shepherded by government?
I think government does need to play a role in working alongside the private sector, but it won't. The government has a role to play in ensuring that the infrastructure that enables low-cost energy to be deployed to the market can get there. It's not going to be up to government to fund or deliver those or run businesses that would be run by the private sector.
No, but the investment part of your portfolio name, is that purely then talking about private investment rather than government investment in actually, helping to kickstart new industries?
The government is a relatively minor investor in these locations. We might undertake small seed funding activities. We might support businesses in an early stage growth phase. We support things like Sydney Startup Hub, Western Sydney Startup Hub. So those exist in the technology space. But really what the role of Investment in New South Wales is to attract private sector capital into New South Wales. The taxpayer's never going to fund that transition themselves.
Are you aware of the inquiry we ran into coal ash repositories and the opportunities there for a new industry in coal ash reuse?
I'm not in detail would be, I think, a fair answer. So I've got no doubt there are substantial opportunities like there are in a full approach to the circular economy, where existing products which are considered waste can be reused in many other parts. The coal ash is included.
There's a huge number of jobs and opportunities involved there. What we found during that inquiry was a real desire from industry to come together in the form of basically a task force. You have industry, local government, you have worker reps, you have everyone else coming together around the table to work out how best to incentivise that industry. Unfortunately, that recommendation was rejected by your government. Will you take another look at that to try and I'm not asking you to put public money in, I'm asking you to perform a coordination role with industry and community?
I'm happy to look at the recommendation to see whether it's got value in the community and whether it's got value in supporting or utilising that asset. I think fundamentally, though, what you need to be able to do is ensure that there's a customer base. Businesses won't attract investment unless they've got a service or a product to sell to customers.
But what I'm hearing from you is a very hands-off approach, that the industry will just work that out when that hasn't played out in practice in other locations. Aren't you concerned that we are missing opportunities in growth areas to start and to really help new industries develop that not only provide a great job for job transition, but also would set us up to have a thriving industry?
I'm absolutely focused on ensuring that New South Wales, and the role of the government is to work alongside the private sector to ensure that we get a smoother transition from a high carbon to a low carbon economy, because there will be disruption along the way. I'm happy to take on your suggestion of a task force. In this particular coal ash setting, without knowing the detail, I don't think it would be appropriate for me to speculate or comment on how successful I thought that would be.
I understand, and as I said to Minister Griffin when he was before estimates, I understand when I first raise a coal ash question, you get a leave pass if you're not totally familiar with it, but it is something I will continue to raise with you.
Sits alongside a lot of other waste products. Ultimately, Australia needs to reduce its storage and distribution of waste, and the best way to do that is to reuse it in other parts of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 80% of our total waste in New South Wales being in coal ash. It's quite a large percentage, and it's currently not being reused into construction products. If you read the report, you'll see that we've identified some obstacles that could be unblocked by government. So, yes, if you commit to have a look at that, that would be fantastic.
Well, so.
How much time do I have left? 5 minutes. Excellent. Let's talk about climate change. Over 9 out of 10 Western Sydney residents that were recently surveyed by sweltering cities agreed that politicians and political parties should do more to deal with heat and to have specific policies on heat. Obviously, Western Sydney particularly suffers when we have extreme weather events, as we are seeing right now. What measures have you taken to address the risk of extreme heat and the impact that has on Western Sydney residents?
I think in the macro settings, the New South Wales government has got, I mentioned net zero before, we've set reductions targets to 2050. So we are setting a macro policy framework that we believe over the longer term will have a more positive impact on the environment. We also are taking a more practical approach to what we do in a local planning sense. Ensuring that in places like the Aerotropolis we use existing riparian corridors, we have a strong focus around tree canopy, and then from a tree canopy perspective, the government has invested substantial amounts of money in, not specifically through my portfolio, but through...
Targets, Minister.
I'm not saying I am, I'm just saying we have invested money in tree planting as well.
At the beginning of that response, you mentioned that and I'm getting a bit sick of the government saying this when I ask these questions. Yes, we are now transitioning our energy, and that will reduce greenhouse emissions eventually, but that's not going to stop the climate change that we're already have basically doomed ourselves to live with. We're looking at 1.5 degrees heat increase at least, and extreme weather events. What we're doing now to transition to net zero is to prevent even more catastrophic climate change in the future. What is your government doing with specific policies to adapt to the impact of extreme weather events in the people of New South Wales, particularly Western Sydney?
I'm not going to take the opportunity to raise Warragamba Dam as a response to that question, but...
I would love it if you did, because I don't think you understand the science behind it, but carry on.
We'll leave that for later in the hearing. I think, to be fair, the government has set out a pathway to... or has set out a series of policy announcements across government that take a proactive position on climate change. We do so also within a broader national framework. We engage with other states to do so. You may want the government to set more ambitious objectives.
Again, we're not talking about targets, we're not talking about reducing emissions, we're talking about people in Western Sydney living right now with extreme heat and extreme weather events that they are asking the government to have plans to address. We're not talking about mitigation and prevention. We're talking about climate change is with us. What is this government doing to better prepare the residents of Western Sydney?
Well, a substantial change in the way we design suburbs right across Western Sydney to reduce heat island impacts is probably the most profound thing that we're doing, and working closely with local government to achieve that.
Will you be looking at changing where people can live? Will you be looking at ceasing to allow developments on a floodplain, for instance? What level of adaptation planning are you doing for Western Sydney?
So at the most basic level, there's a consistent planning floor. That's the 1 in 100 flood level. This is a 1% chance of
Gone out the window?
Well, no, I actually reject that. I think it's a sound scientific-based position around the risk of floods.
I think you need to update your scientific knowledge.
We can continue this conversation in the course of the hearing, but a 1 in 100 flood level is a consistent approach to reducing the exposure of populations to flood risk. That is an extreme flood level. It has a 1% chance each year of taking place. On top of that, the government has also restricted development in locations that would not flood in a 1 in 100 or even 1 in 500 or above 1 in 500 if the people who live in those locations would be subject to cut evacuation routes. So we've reduced that. We have also reduced substantially the amount of residential population or residential development that can take place in, say, for example, the northwest growth sector that was approved by the previous government that it did ignore flood risk, and we've pared that back to reduce the amount of people who can live in those locations. And even in my own community of Penrith, the Penrith CBD has a limit on the amount of residential dwellings that can be developed in the Penrith CBD so that it's consistent with access to flood evacuation routes.
The opposition, and this will be 10 minutes each for this round to get us to the break.
Right. Minister, I might ask you firstly, as of today, do you support or oppose the proposal to build 5,000 plus homes at Penrith Lakes?
Categorically oppose.
Always has.
I'll turn back to your comments about the ICAC. The Premier told the National Press Club this. He said the ICAC in New South Wales plays a very important role in preventing corruption and uncovering corruption. Do you accept, in making your comments that the ICAC is wasting our money, that you're sending a very different message to the Premier?
No, I completely agree with what the Premier said.
But you double down on your comments that ICAC is wasting our money.
I want ICAC to investigate corruption.
Greetings to you, Minister. Good to see you. And also congratulations to the Secretary in her additional role as well. Minister, have you figured out what exactly is your role with the West Invest yet?
My role with West Invest?
Yes.
I'm the Minister for Western Sydney.
So last time we asked you this question, you made it clear that you didn't have any formal role. Since the new ministerial arrangements, you now have a role?
No, I think you've seen the announcements by the Premier and the Treasurer that were announced a couple of weeks ago. West Invest is allocated, funding's allocated, managed by DPC, and the Treasurer announced a Steer Cove selection body of 3 senior public servants to make recommendations to government through.
So other than turning up to the ribbon cuttings, do you have any role?
I don't play a role in the assessment of the applications, no.
So as the Minister for Western Sydney, you have no role in the decisions as to where this money is particularly going?
Well, we've made it very clear that we want the residents of Western Sydney to undertake the Have Your Say and expressions of interest process that's been released. Local governments have been allocated $400 million across the 15 local government areas.
Yes, I'm aware, but Minister, I'm not asking about the Royal We section on this. I'm asking specifically about your role.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Not the government's policy.
Sorry, I'm going to take the point of order, Mr.
The
Hobbs.
Minister is trying to answer the question and hadn't finished it and won't let him finish. He should be allowed to finish.
In my defence, I was pushing the Minister to be directly relevant to my question, which was precisely what is your role, not how does the policy work.
Well, indeed. Well, Minister, you're entitled to finish your question, but also, we can have a robust exchange between the two of them.
The second tranche is a competitive application process, $1.6 billion that's been publicly announced, and the third tranche is government agencies making recommendations.
Yes,
I'm
but
sure
Minister,
that my
the question
agencies will make submissions.
In making the decisions to allocate any of the money under any of those tranches that you just referred to, you don't actually have a role. You're just confirming that as a Minister for Western Sydney, you don't actually have decision-making authority as to where this money goes.
The selection processes, the criteria for...
Listen carefully to the question.
Yes, and I'm responding to you saying that the steering committee that's been established has already been announced. ministers that will sign off on it are the Premier and the Treasurer.
Sure. Is this meant to help Western Sydney recover from COVID or not?
I think a $5 billion injection into Western Sydney will help it recover from COVID.
You said on the 24th of February this is not a fund to focus on areas that were local government areas of concern. Is that still the government's policy position?
Yes, this is a $5 billion fund into 15 local government areas across Western Sydney. It allows these communities that are going to change substantially over the long term, particularly as they take on more of Sydney's population growth, to be able to invest in public amenity, to be able to invest in...
Yeah, I know what it is, but Minister, the question is, specifically, is it your view that this is not a fund to focus on areas that were local government areas of concern during the Delta outbreak?
No.
And is it equally, you said on the SABE press conference that this isn't a local government area of concern fund. Is that still your view?
Yeah.
So when the fund was announced, it says here, I'm just reading from the website, it says this was meant to help local communities hit hard by COVID-19. So when did it change?
I think lots of local government areas were impacted by COVID-19, whether they were subject to the New South Wales health recommendations to go to local government areas of concern.
Well, when the policy was announced by the then Treasurer, Mr Perrottet, and equally the then Premier, Berejiklian, and for which you were there too, the point was repeatedly made that this was meant to be helping those LGAs of concern that hit it hard. And so I'm asking you precisely, from September 20 when you announced that this was meant to help local government areas, or certainly left a very strong impression that it was meant to help local government areas of concern get back on the feet, and now, what changed?
This fund is not exclusively for local government government areas that were during the Delta outbreak local government areas of concern.
So have you figured out how many jobs this fund's meant to create?
There isn't a jobs target that's attached to West Invest.
Why not?
Because it's investing in public amenity. I've got no doubt jobs will be created for it, but we've not set that out we have not established a target for West Invest.
No, I know that there's no target. I'm asking you why, as Jobs Minister, no target has been set. Is there any particular policy reasons why you thought that a $5 billion fund shouldn't have a jobs target to it?
I'm not the Jobs Minister. We've changed the titles and things.
Oh, okay. Well, you are the enterprise. So who exactly is responsible for jobs nowadays? Who is responsible for jobs now under these new ministerial arrangements if it's not you?
I think most ministers will always take responsibility for generating jobs, but I think you can fairly say that the Treasurer still is the lead economic minister in New South Wales.
It might be news to him. But Minister, even if we accept under your new arrangements and your new responsibilities, this was the biggest part of the economic recovery strategy. And I'm reading from now what the document that is titled New South Wales Economic Recovery Strategy says here: $5 billion for the creation of West Invest, which is more than every other initiative combined. So why is it that a fund that is meant to be powering our economic recovery has no jobs target to it?
Because we have already told the public the purpose of this fund. We've given it the key areas that we want to hear expressions of interest from the fund. It's an investment into the future of Western Sydney. We've said very clearly over this last 10 years, the New South Wales Government has invested huge quantums of funds into larger scale infrastructure. We want to use this to be able to expand or enhance the public amenity that exists across these 15 local government areas.
So what is the biggest, what was passed off as the biggest stimulus program announced by the New South Wales Government after the Delta outbreak and on the eve of the Omicron wave? The biggest stimulus initiative that we're borrowing money to pay for isn't actually meant to create jobs or boost economic activity. It's a very strong impression you're leaving, Minister.
No, that's your, I think that's a pretty fair observation from Mr Mallard. There's going to be $5 billion invested in infrastructure projects across Western Sydney. It will create jobs. It will be stimulus.
But we just don't know how many.
No, and you can model the full impact of all of those, and you can try to.
Given that this was passed off as a stimulus measure for which the Premier and the new Treasurer announced it as such when they announced this economic recovery strategy, the documents that were released just last week shows that at least when it comes to the $2 billion fund, at least the process you were describing before.
Don't like Western Sydney?
Excuse me?
I'm just trying to work out what you don't like about the fund.
The fact that you have no idea what it's meant to do, Minister, is my main objection. But maybe if you might be able to persuade me to the merits if you're capable of articulating a strategy, a target, a jobs figure, and maybe if you could answer this question. Why is it the case that what is meant to be a stimulus fund won't have the first project out the door until the end of the year?
The full impacts of both COVID, or the impact of COVID will stretch past many months, probably into the years.
Well, Minister, it's going to be more than 14 months after Westinvest was announced that the first dollar is spent.
That's because we want to listen to the views of the people of Western Sydney.
No, it's because, isn't it the case it's more likely explanation is basically your government is making this up? No, I think if we want to go and spend the taxpayers' funds from Western Sydney, a good place to start would be asking them what they'd like us to do with it. Well, you're doing that for 2 of the billion, but not the 3. So the majority of the fund you're not seeking to...
That's just not correct.
Well, let me read from your website. A total of $3 billion will be available to New South Wales government agencies. And I'll go on. A total of $2 billion. Now, Minister, I'm prepared to accept that your maths might not be great, but $3 billion out of 5, you're not seeking views. It's a different process, and that process is closed and only open to government agencies. Tell us, what are the criteria that a government agency is going to need to pass in order for them to access this $3 billion?
The guidelines for those will be released at a later date. Treasurer said that.
When are they going to be out? This is 6 months out, Minister. This is 6 months since this was announced, and this is just for governments. This is just for agencies. When are you going to be able to tell the agencies what guidelines they're going to need to meet in order for them to access this fund, given the budget, the next budget is now only a couple of months away?
Treasurer's made comments about this in the public. I don't need to add any more to those, but I think it's critical to emphasise that the expressions of interest, the have your say process that's been made available to the people of Western Sydney will shape and influence the way.
The $2 billion. I'm asking about the 3.
I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes, and I'm responding to that question.
You need to understand that there's a distinction in the policy that your government announced that you don't seem to be across.
Order, Madam Chair. The Minister was clearly responding to the question, right, and he wasn't allowed to finish before the Honourable Daniel Mookie started interrupting him.
Well, arguably he was clarifying his question, but I will allow the Minister to finish, and then we're at time.
The answer. He might not need to ask the question.
Well, that's the problem.
No, I'm not sure that's the problem.
Oh, no, I think the difference here is that we want to hear from the people of Western Sydney about how they invest
About the $2 billion.
What
about the 3?
About the 3.
And how will you be consulting
will
them?
Influence the way
How are they going to be able to
agencies-
consult? Pray tell, how do they put a submission into the ERC?
The have your say elements, I can repeat this over and over again.
No.
We'll give
I'm not sure
people
you
in
checked.
Western Sydney an opportunity.
We are going to have to come back to this. Minister, I'll let you finish, but it's Ms Boyd's.
No.
You can finish your answer.
We'll keep going.
We have loads of time. Okay, just taking you back to the questions before on climate change, adaptation and preparedness. Given that you have or your government has no clear climate change adaptation or preparedness plan for Western Sydney, will your government be stepping in to help the people in Western Sydney seek insurance for their properties, given that insurers are walking away?
Sorry, in what? Can you be more specific? In walking away from what?
Sorry, it's getting increasingly difficult to find insurance cover for extreme weather events, particularly in places that have suffered from a number of them recently, such as the sort of 3 1-in-100-year floods that the Western Sydney residents have had to deal with in the recent past.
So to be very clear, we have not gone anywhere near a 1-in-100 flood event in Western Sydney in a long time.
Okay. Given the increasing frequency and severity of those disasters that are impacting people across our state, including in Western Sydney, it's becoming increasingly difficult to get insurance for your home and contents to cover those sorts of events. Given that there is no climate change adaptation or preparedness plan from this government, will you be stepping in to assist them financially with that insurance?
Well, I think the first thing I would say is whether it's bushfires or floods, as two very obvious examples, people need to be acutely aware of the location in which they're living and the risk in which they're undertaking to live there. So locations there are areas that are more prone to bushfire impacts, there are areas more prone to flood impacts. Choosing to live in those locations does come with a consequence, and people need to be aware of what that consequence is. A direct response to the high risk flood impacts across the Hawkesbury and Nepean is the New South Wales Government's flood mitigation strategy called Resilient Valleys, Resilient Communities. Proposes 9 different action items that make that community more resilient to flood impacts. Some of those include greater flood knowledge, better weather mapping, flood modelling, flood evacuation routes, the way in which we engage with councils around what they do for future developments in locations, about making sure they're less likely to be impacted by floods, and it also includes raising the wall at Warragamba. These require
Can I just stop you there, because that is an extraordinary response, to say that people choose to live where they live, as though people are able to look at the map and go, oh, I fancy living there, and to stick a pin in it. So it costs nothing, as though everyone has the ability to live wherever they like. That's clearly not the case.
No, I'm not saying that they have a lot of people don't have a choice about where they live.
They do not have a choice where they live, that's correct.
I'm not suggesting that's the case. I'm saying that if a person is living, and whether it's by choice or whether it's by default or forced outcome, people do need to be aware of the risks that are presented to them about where they live.
So people who are already socioeconomically disadvantaged, who have lived in their communities for decades, who are now dealing with higher and higher temperatures and extreme weather events, they're asking the government to step in and actually prepare for and help them. It sounds to me like you're taking a sort of personal responsibility approach to this. Is that right?
I think using the Hawkesbury and Nepean as an example, we've already provided a clear pathway to make that more resilient. But some people are going to continue to choose to live in historical developments that are low, that will have higher risk to floods.
Again, continue to choose to live.
Yes.
Have you seen housing affordability numbers in this state?
Yes, but this is why this is a really good example about why it's a farcical proposition to buy out large tracts of residential homes in places that are in locations that have a flood risk. It's just not a feasibly possible option to buy out all of those people, then ask them to relocate into a location that, based on the value of their home in one location, may not be able to afford to buy in another. It is better to reduce that risk in the location that they're in and mitigate that flood impact.
It's also a farcical proposition to expect people who are living in those areas, who have lived there for a long, long time, to suddenly pick up and move and afford a house somewhere else without any government assistance whatsoever, isn't it?
Of course.
Right, so where's the government assistance financially for people dealing with the effects of climate change?
I'm not... there could well be a role for government in being able to make communities more resilient to the impacts of climate change. I'm not convinced that that extends to the point of paying for people en masse to be relocated. I just want to be really clear. As an example here, we're seeing this in Lismore right now. These communities are not a relatively small township like Grantham in the Lockyer Valley that can be completely relocated in one go. These are large-scale, well-integrated communities.
That require infrastructure that protects them against the worst effects of climate change.
Like raising Warragamba Dam Wall.
No. Right. Sorry, the science does not support you on that, but you keep saying we'll talk about that later. Can I ask you something a bit more, I guess, on one of your other portfolio areas, which is sport, but still related to climate change? We saw during the 2018 Ashes series, England's captain was hospitalised, suffering from dehydration because the air temperature hit 41.9 degrees. We continue to make further investments in these sporting facilities, but without taking into account sufficient sort of climate abatement and adaptation plans, are we just building more sporting facilities that are going to be unusable because of climate change?
I don't think climate change is going to substantially impact the sporting infrastructure in Sydney or New South Wales.
On what basis do you make that statement? Has there been an audit?
No, I'm saying as a long-term minister and someone who's been engaged in this portfolio, I think I've got a reasonable degree of experience to be able to say that the impacts of climate change are not going to substantially impact the major sporting events that are in our major sporting stadiums.
Already impacting on CommBank.
Yeah, and also, what about all of the other sporting facilities in communities that are outdoors? If we're looking at temperatures of, particularly in Western Sydney, of 50 degrees, are we not making any plans to ensure that there are sporting facilities that are indoor and air conditioned in the future?
Of course, indoor sporting infrastructure is important, but it's not a complete substitute for outdoor sport activity. I think sports will need to be able to ensure that they provide good information to their, if you're talking from a community perspective, to local clubs about how to protect the safety of their participants. But I think those settings sit with sports, and governments can provide advice around that. I don't think that we're going to be changing local cricket fields, and this is not an anti-climate change comment, so please don't take it.
I'm not going to take no.
So I'm just saying I don't think we'll be changing local football fields and local cricket fields from what are largely open public spaces and investing substantial amounts of infrastructure into them to turn them into indoor spaces because of climate change.
That, to be clear, that's not the suggestion. I'm asking whether there has been any sort of audit or strategy put in place within the Office of Sport that looks at the risk of certain facilities being unusable for greater percentages of the year because of these extreme climate change events, whether it be extreme heat or floods or whatever, to ensure that people can continue to play sport all the way, all the year round.
I'll take that on notice to just determine whether there's been any of that work done.
Okay. Thank you. I can cede the rest of my time if you want to finish off.
Just on that stadium issue in particular, sorry. There's already, Minister, my understanding is that there's already a problem with CommBank and Parramatta in relation to stormwater. Obviously, we've had very heavy rains, I accept that, and that the Wanderers and Phoenix teams' games were cancelled recently as a result of that. But there's been criticism that the issues of stormwater, which were warned through the EIS process, through the Office of Heritage, Environment and Heritage, were not addressed. Do you have a view about that? Are you aware of this issue?
I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Yeah, I mean, so basically there was criticism from the Office of Environment and Heritage that during that process, which is supposed to be a rigorous process, very important stadium, they were warned that this would happen. Obviously, we've seen it in real time. If you could also come back to us on notice about whether there's been factored in how many other games are going to have to be cancelled as a result of this issue, or whether there's going to be remediation, that would be helpful.
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Minister, I've got another grants program I wanted to ask you about. Which is about the Union Cyclist International in Wollongong this year. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, the UCI. It's a World Cup event.
We might have to come back to it. We're now on. Yes, so we have to have a break now for 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 11:15. Thanks, everybody.
Break.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue our questioning with the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, I just want to ask you, as the UCI Road World Championships happening in Wollongong this year, you're aware of them?
Yep.
You're aware that there's been a couple of rounds of grants funding? There's legacy grants attached to them. You're aware of that?
Yep.
You're aware that while it's basically being held predominantly in the seats of Wollongong and Kira, that the majority of the money's actually gone, the grants money's gone to Kiama?
So the legacy fund is not administered by the government. We have a representative on the assessment panel. It's a fund that was established to support community cycling across the state or around, and UCI, through their local organising committee, have been allocated the legacy funds as part of our overall funding of the project. They take applications and then they distribute those funds. So the government doesn't actually play a role in the distribution.
You play no role in them, so there's another...
No, there's an Office of Sport representative on the, I think the selection panel that plays obviously a role in assessing, or the not the selection panel, the assessment panel, I think it's called. So there is a public servant that plays a role there.
And who signs off on the grant?
The local organising committee.
Right. And are you concerned, though, that the funding, that the majority of the funding thus far has gone to an electorate that's not actually, it's about 25 kilometres at least from where the race is being held?
I haven't seen any reason to engage in the administration of that fund. It's consistent with the legacy arrangements that it was set up under.
And so you're happy with it to continue as is, even? I mean,
I think there's.
I think there is an issue here, Minister, where the funding. If you've got some involvement through the committee, that you'd be able to raise the issue in terms of where the funding is going.
I'm happy to raise that with the local organising committee, but what I would say is I understand that there's a couple more rounds to go of allocating these funds, so I think it's probably a bit early to pass judgment on where the allocation of funds.
I suppose I'm asking you to see whether you'll actually pay some attention to that and ensure that the funding is distributed, perhaps in the electorates where the legacy event is being held.
I'm happy to raise that on your behalf, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Minister, I want to talk about your cluster and your cluster arrangements. Can I just confirm that the agencies that are coming into the new cluster of enterprise, investment and trade are the following: Investment New South Wales.
That's correct.
Institute of Sport, Office of Sport.
Yes.
Venues New South Wales.
Yes.
Destination New South Wales.
Yep.
Western Parkland City Authority.
Yes.
Create New South Wales.
Yes.
Art Gallery of New South Wales Trust. Australian Museum Trust.
All of the cultural
All of those, yep,
institutions.
yeah. I think this is right. I'm just checking. Yep.
17 in total.
Library Council, Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, Sydney Opera House Trust, State Archives, and Greyhound Welfare. Is that it?
Yeah, they're all being allocated to the department. The Arts Minister has been allocated to this department, so all of those cultural institutions that sit with the Arts Minister sit inside the department.
So you just said there'd be 17 agencies. I've only counted 14. Have we missed 3?
I'm not sure about your total. All of the organisations that you've maybe haven't included SARA.
Archives, no, they were in there.
I think you've left out Minister Anderson's portfolios of liquor and gaming and racing New South Wales.
Yep. No, they're the ones that are there. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Minister, are you...
Just first on that, sorry. Is the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority in the cluster now?
The
ILGA.
The liquor and gaming, the functions of liquor and gaming, but the independent authority doesn't sit with me.
So the regulator part isn't with you in the department or not?
Feel free.
That portfolio predominantly transitions across on 1st of April.
Sorry, what does that mean? Does that mean that
it means it will come across?
So ILGA in total will be with this department by April?
Yes, the same way it currently sits inside customer service. It will transition across to...
Right, thank you. Thank you. And so just to be clear, at the moment, the new entity doesn't exist. It doesn't exist until 1st of April. Is that correct?
So no, technically it exists legally. It was established when the cabinet was formed and the administration arrangements were signed off on, and the formation of the department formally takes place from the 1st of April when it's allocated funding.
And Minister, you're aware, do you know how much the creation of this cluster is going to cost?
No, I think the answer to that is whatever Treasury gives us.
Well, no, it's actually more. No, it's actually. Well, you might think that's really funny. I don't actually think it's really. Your colleagues might think that's really funny.
I don't think it's funny. I've just
it's actually
past experience of this works.
It's an accurate answer, and humour aside, I think we can.
Sure.
Surely there's a degree of brevity that's
we'll
still
get
allowed.
to. How about we get to where I'm going with this, which is, look, the Auditor General did a report that came out in December last year that looked at the changes in machinery of government in relation to DPIE and the creation of the Department of Regional New South Wales. It was an extremely critical report in the way in which this was administered, and it made a series of recommendations that for DPC and for Treasury and for guidelines in terms of existing, and new, those that will be administering that, which I assume is Ms Brown, in terms of how you're going to deal with that. And so I'm trying to explore, this cluster is quite an unusual cluster, I would argue, and I'm trying to understand, and perhaps this is where I get to my question, is what is the rationale for the establishment of this cluster?
So I'll work back on a couple of those things. When agencies move clusters, often referred to as MOGing, machinery of government changes, budget that's allocated to those existing agencies moves across. That process is being undertaken with relation to the establishment of this new Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade cluster. There will be a request from this department to Treasury around the allocation of what I might largely call central services, or services to support the operations right across the cluster. We will take an approach to that is to be as lean as possible. We've identified Office of the Secretary as an entity that will sit across the top of this agency. We don't want this to be a heavy department bureaucracy. We've got good functioning agencies right across the department, so we'll play a service support role, particularly for things like legal services would be a good example of where that could be.
So that's your shared corporate services, often where it costs a lot of money. But that's actually not. Well, that wasn't my question, Minister. My question is, what is the rationale for the creation of this cluster?
Well, we think this cluster will deliver more efficient service and stronger management across these. Across all of these agencies. We think that it also allows...
Will there be fewer staff than there are currently?
Fewer staff in each of the individual agencies.
When it's brought together, will there be fewer staff than there are currently across all of those agencies that you're bringing together?
I'm not proposing any changes to their existing structures.
So it's the same amount of staff, and you're going to have a secretary on top of that?
That's correct.
Are there any other senior executives that will be on top of that?
We've announced two senior appointments, the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary, Kate Foy. So they're the two, all the other executive roles are in existence in the departments already. As I said, there will be that shared corporate services function, which we will, like all ministers will do, we'll seek funding from Treasury to be able to fund that.
Do you know how much you're going to be seeking for that?
That's subject to a cabinet submission.
You're not going to tell us. Just to give you a ballpark, when DPIE was created, it cost $23.7 million. Are we talking about that much?
DPIE or regional D?
No, we'll get to that one. That's the second one. The first one, the Barilaro Vanity project, is a separate one. This one was $23.7 million.
It is subject to a future cabinet decision, and so I'm not going to disclose those figures at this stage.
5 million, 10 million, 20 million.
A long time, Ms Sharp.
You're going to we might have to come back at the end of the year and ask that. I don't think it's an unreasonable question. As I said, the Auditor General was extremely scathing in relation to there's a lot of promises made with machinery of government changes about efficiency, and you've just talked about efficiency, and all you've said to me so far is you've got 2 more senior services and everyone keeps their job. I don't see necessarily where you're going to be saving any money in relation to the creation of this cluster.
I think that this cluster hasn't been created as a savings measure. Let's be clear about that.
Good. That's clear. But
Conservatives over there, it's amazing.
the point is actually that the Auditor General said that there needs to actually be a very clearly defined what is the problem that you're trying to solve and what are the benefits that are going to be derived through this arrangement. That's what I'm actually asking.
Okay. So this department allows for our investment attraction, trade and international engagement and economic development activities to be coordinated through a more central location. So on top of that, you also have the role of Office of Sport, Destination New South Wales and Create New South Wales, and a number of the related entities that sit alongside those individual agencies. We think that they can be more collaborative. We think they can work more closely together. A lot of them are driving towards improving the performance of the visitor economy. They manage a whole suite of assets that are big economic contributors to the state. The value of the creative enterprises, the value of the sport economy, the value of the visitor economy should all have a focus for this government, and this department will do that.
And how is it going to monitor that vision?
All of those agencies.
And report against that? Like, I mean, what's the defined reporting against that framework?
Well, all of these agencies will develop their own strategic plans. Some of them are continuing to implement them. They also report through their annual reports on their performance each year. And I appear before committees like this to answer your questions.
That's right. You are aware that, just word to the wary, Department of Regional New South Wales now cost $4 million extra direct cost to establish, and is now costing almost an extra $3 million a year annually.
There's around 3,800 employees across this entire department. So there's a substantial amount of people that are already employed in here. Some of these agencies are coming from different departments. We will want to make sure that shared corporate service role is as efficient as it can be. As I said before, the establishment of this department is not a budgetary savings measure. It's about improving the way in which government can engage with external stakeholders, deliver on economic performance for the government.
I might want to take this on notice. It'd be good to actually get how you're going to measure that.
Happy.
And what the framework is for actually looking against that.
Provide you a more detailed answer.
And so can I just confirm that in terms of the new department, we'll have around 3,800 staff, is that right? Is that what you just said? Sorry, I might have missed it.
Sorry, the cluster of
The cluster of all of the 8, yeah, sorry, that's what I mean. Yep, thank you. And, I mean, you've got, Ms Brown is here and she's currently the CEO of Investment New South Wales as well as the Secretary. How are those positions, how is that going to be? Is there a new CEO position? Are you going to keep on, so you're going to have the joint roles?
That's correct.
That's what's going to happen? And how are you going to deal with the cross-board issues? My understanding is Ms Brown is a CEO. She's also on the board of Destination New South Wales. How is that going to be worked through?
It doesn't change.
No change.
Sorry, is Destination New South Wales staying as a standalone agency now, or is it merging into Investment New South Wales?
It's a standalone agency.
So it's enlisted as a part of Investment New South Wales' group. What does that mean?
Sorry.
It's part of Investment.
Yeah. So to be clear, when investment was created, Destination was brought into Investment New South Wales. The creation of this department, Destination New South Wales, will continue to function as a standalone entity.
So it's leaving Investment New South Wales and joining the cluster. Is that true?
Yes, that's what will take place from the.
But a year ago, we were being told that the whole purpose of creating Investment New South Wales was to consolidate these functions. It's not even a year. In fact, I'm fairly positive this is the 1-year anniversary of Investment New South Wales. Congratulations. But why is it that if it was such a good idea to merge Destination New South Wales in with Investment New South Wales, literally 12 months ago, less than 12 months later, we've had the decision effectively reversed at further cost?
Well, my response to that is the change of leadership and the appointment of, or the election of Dominic Perrottet as the Premier allows him to establish the government structure that he wants.
The Premier told you to take Destination New South Wales out of Investment New South Wales.
We believe that Destination New South Wales will be most efficient running as the standalone entity.
What was the
A year
cost
ago,
of
you
putting...
said, what's changed in a year?
The creation of the department.
And what was the cost of putting Destination New South Wales into Investment New South Wales?
I'll take that on notice.
Secretary, no?
I'll take it on notice.
Well, what's the cost of getting them out?
I'll take it on notice.
How many staff are going to have to leave Investment New South Wales now?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, we'll move on. I want to talk about something else now. Sorry. Yeah.
Minister, let's talk back on West Invest again. I think where we left this off was...
Always happy to talk about investing $5 billion in Western Sydney.
Well, if you could explain to me on this point then, if you're so happy, when's the last dollar will be spent from West Invest?
That will be dependent on the individual projects that are selected in each of the 3 rounds and the conclusion of their construction timeframes.
Well, how much is in this year's forward estimates?
The allocation of projects will be completed by the end of this year.
No, this was put into the half-year budget review, and there was a parameter, there was a variation, it was listed as a new policy measure. How much of it is in this financial year?
I think that question would be better directed to the Treasurer, but what I can tell you is that we have said publicly that the allocation of all of the projects will be determined this year.
All $5 billion or the $2 billion community project fund?
All $5 billion.
So...
That's also been publicly stated.
I'm not sure. So you're telling me that all the money will be allocated this year and then
Correct.
put over the budget over what, the forwards?
Yeah, it will be dependent on...
How much is in next year?
You and I both know that until you select the projects and you know the construction timeframes.
That's not true, Minister, because it gets put into the budget anyway, and that's how it gets reported, and it has to, by law, be reported that way. And you can change it in future budgets. You're more than welcome to.
And
but
I'm
it
sure
is
that
in
you
the
can-
budget.
yeah.
So
You can read
for
the budget
next
paper when it's published
Well,
in
no, I
June.
did actually, which is why I'm here
in
at
June.
Budget Estimates, asking you the question at Budget Estimates. Do you have the half-year budget review with you?
No, I don't.
Do you have the budget papers?
Not with me right now.
Right, so maybe then, in the absence of you bringing the budget papers to Budget Estimates, can you explain to me how much is in the next financial year?
That'll be reported in the budget.
Now, it is reported in the budget, and I want to know, given how much of it is actually meant to be profiled, because again, this was nominated as a stimulus program, and so therefore, when the money is spent, is just as important as to what you're spending it on. So, given that your government nominated this as a stimulus program, can you at least tell us how much is going to be spent over the forward estimates?
It'll be reported in the budget.
So, I feel like,
We're going to spend $5 billion in Western Sydney.
given the $3 billion that's available to New South Wales government agencies will be all allocated by the end of this year, when will the guidelines be developed?
The Treasurer has already announced that the guidelines will be released in the, I think he said, not too distant future.
Is it going to be public?
Sorry.
Are they going to be public?
Yes.
And is there a requirement for agencies that are wanting to spend some of this $3 billion to produce a business case?
That'll be reflected in the guidelines.
So has that decision been made or not?
It'll be reflected in the guidelines. You can read them when they're published.
No, because again, we know that there's a committee meant to assess it, which is good, that's welcome, but we don't actually have any idea as to what they're assessing it against. And these are basic questions that the government follows when it comes to all such special funds. So, again, is there going to be a requirement to produce a business case?
You can read the guidelines when they're published.
Well, what about a benefit cost ratio? Is there a requirement for there to be a benefit cost ratio of greater than 1 before your government spends the money?
You can read the guidelines when they're published.
Can't confirm
Well,
that.
can you tell us at least, does Mr Draper and Infrastructure New South Wales have a role in any of this?
Mr Draper's been announced as one of the public servants that will play a role in the selection process and recommendations.
Is Mr Draper in a position to tell us whether or not there's a BCR requirement greater than 1?
We've not published the guidelines.
Well, that's not the question.
Yes.
The question is there a requirement for before we spend this borrowed money that we at least know that the benefit's going to be greater than the cost?
You can read the guidelines on which the government will make its selections when they're published.
So this is a requirement that is a requirement of Restart New South Wales and other funds that are administered by Infrastructure New South Wales. Why has this got less of a legislative certainty than those funds?
The process and allocation of funds will be governed by the guidelines that the government will release publicly.
That's not my question, Minister. And again, maybe listen carefully to it. Given that other special funds have their own specific criteria, and to be fair to Restart New South Wales, that's written into law. Like, Why isn't this fund got the same legislative protections and oversight?
It doesn't need it.
Why not?
Well, it doesn't. It's an appropriation of government.
So, technically so are the others, but this is a fund. So you're telling me that you're not worried at all about whether or not it has a lower governance standard than other funds?
I'm not critiquing the governance structure. I'm saying it's the $5 billion allocated to West Invest is a good outcome for Western Sydney.
Yes, but you're not capable of explaining let alone why or let alone how. So I'm going to keep pushing this. How can we accept that your government's not going to be treating this like just another slush fund if you're not in a position to explain how the money will be allocated, whether or not the benefits are meant to exceed the cost, whether or not Infrastructure New South Wales has the ability to exercise their independent function? I mean, given your inability to even answer the most basic of questions about how this $5 billion is going to be spent, why shouldn't we be concluding that this is a slush fund?
I've said to you clearly the government will release the guidelines about how decisions are going to be made. I don't accept the principle, and I think there's a latent question about the integrity of the people that will make recommendations to the government.
You and the ministers, to be very clear here, yes, given your government's record and given when it comes to allocating discretionary funds, I want to be very upfront here. We have no confidence in your ability to exercise this as ministers, different from public servants. That's the question. How are we going to have these funds protected from your government's past behaviour?
Is this where sorry. My strong view is that the guidelines will be published. The structure around selection that the government's put in place will ensure that there's $5 billion that will be invested across 15 local government areas in Western Sydney, and that will be to the substantial benefit of those communities.
Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Morning, Ms Fairman.
I just wanted to turn, I think it's a question for Mr Draper to begin with. I just wanted to ask a question or two about Dungowan Dam, and just in terms of whether a business case, whether it's final or draft, whether any business case for Dungowan Dam has been submitted to Infrastructure New South Wales.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr Howard.
I wonder if you might ask the member to out this falls within.
Well, in relation to the point of order, the question is in order.
It's not in order.
Well, the Minister is the Minister for Investment. To the point of order, the Minister is the Minister for Investment. Investment New South Wales is here, so I'm asking questions in relation to that portfolio.
With respect, Ms Van, you're asking a question about a piece of water infrastructure which is will be within the ownership of the state. Falls therefore under the portfolio of another minister.
Well, I think Ms Fairman's just explained where she's coming from, so I'll allow the question and we'll see.
I'm going to respond just to add some clarity. Okay. So Infrastructure New South Wales attends these hearings because I am the coordinating minister for raising of Warragamba Dam. All other Infrastructure New South Wales projects, unless they fall within the remit of one of my other portfolios, a good example of that would be sport, should be directed towards the relevant minister. So I'm not being petulant about this. I'm just merely saying why Infrastructure New South Wales is here because of a specific tasking that's given to me as the coordinating minister for the Warragamba Dam project.
Yes, okay. Understood, right, and I think
I'm done then.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just here for that. So, good.
Okay, I'll go back chairing to my other committee.
I don't mean to be annoying, but...
Great. It's still crossbench time, so Ms Boyd, yeah. See you next time.
Sorry, Kate, but we'll give you another question. He's just not the responsible minister, so it's just not in order. Do you want to dig some?
Okay. Right. I wanted to take you, Minister, to a discussion that we had, I think, last budget estimates around the supercars in Newcastle. I asked you then about the decision to continue with the supercars, but also the supercars attendance figures. Some of the responses that I received on notice sort of raise some further questions. So just to take you back to that. Within Destination New South Wales's annual report, there's a statement for 2017 to 18. There's a statement that says, in regional New South Wales, the inaugural 2017 Coates Hire Newcastle 500 was a resounding success, with Supercars Australia reporting a crowd of 192,242 over the 3-day event. The key there being that was a figure reported by Supercars Australia. I then asked you about allegations that was quite inflated attendance figures on notice, and the answer you gave back to me was that Destination New South Wales undertakes its own evaluation of all event investments based on visitation and economic benefit to the region. That to me implies that Destination New South Wales has done some independent assessment of the attendance figures, but I understand that is not true. Could you clarify today whether the evaluation of that event undertaken by Destination New South Wales was solely reliant in relation to visitation figures on the figures given to it by Supercars Australia?
I will have to take that on notice. Because I'm not familiar exactly with what process they undertook. I don't know whether there was any, to use your turn of phrase, independent analysis of those numbers. So I'll take that on notice and provide that information back to you.
Would it be appropriate perhaps to ask Mr Cox to respond?
I think we'll take it on notice. It's much easier to provide you more accurate information.
With respect, Mr Cox is a witness here. I can ask him this afternoon when you're not here, if you like, or we can ask him here now. But if he has the knowledge, then he's under oath and obliged to answer.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I mean, it's obvious that the Minister has said it will be taken on notice to give more detailed information regardless of what other witnesses are here. The Minister has made that decision, and he is entitled under the code in terms of procedural fairness to take a
to the point of order
matter on notice, and that's usually where it should end.
To the point of order,
yes.
The Minister and the officials are all under oath, and it is very clear in your opening statement that a question is only to be taken on notice when it is genuinely unable to be answered because you don't have the information in front of you.
Well, we're not suggesting that, but
we have not asked Mr Cox if he has that information in front of him. I think he should be allowed to be given the opportunity to answer.
Yes, so the Minister is entitled to take the question on notice, but Mr Cox is here as a witness, and the question has been a question has been asked to Mr Cox. Mr Cox, you are able to answer it if you can.
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I would have to take that on a notice as well. Individual events are assessed in individual ways, so I'm happy to find the detail.
Thank you. That would be very much appreciated. Minister, if I could take you now back to sport, and not in relation to climate change, you'll be pleased to hear. I'd like to discuss the Her Sport, Her Way program and improving gender equity in sport more broadly. Are you familiar with the New South Wales Equal Pay for Equal Play campaign?
I am.
Very good. Has any consideration been given to limiting those Her Sport, Her Way grant recipients to organisations that do provide equal opportunity and equal prize money, along with an actionable gender equity strategy?
We have already put in place a requirement for sporting organisations that receive those funds to be able to put a women's strategy in place. What we haven't done is tie sport grant funding to organisations based on the principle of equal pay. And there's a reason why I think that would be a bad thing to do, is that a lot of the government funding that we do provide to sporting organisations, particularly for the enhancement of women's participation, engagement and professionalisation of sport, if we were to remove that funding, the capacity for those sport organisations to actually improve what happens with women, I think, would be compromised. So I think it would be women who would lose out if we undertook that. I think the principle that the campaign is trying to reach is a sound one. What I don't think we should do is harm or damage sports, what has been quite a substantial improvement in the way sport engages with women, the professionalisation of women's sport. We should be continuing to encourage that. We should continue to use government funds to deliver against those objectives.
So in terms of using government funds to deliver those objectives, I agree with you that what you don't want is for there to be a withdrawal of all funding, which then makes it so that we can't have women playing sport to the levels that they should be. But on the other hand, we are dealing with a situation where women athletes are not getting paid the same as men for the same role. Does that then imply a greater need for government funding to correct that inequity?
Well, I think in professional sports, pay is often linked to the revenues that are generated by those sports. And so if we want women to be getting paid more for playing in professional sport, we will need more people to watch and engage in female sport. That's almost an undisputable fact. These sports generate revenue through the people who watch them. That comes from a corporate perspective. No matter what the government gives, it's not going to outweigh the amount of revenue that's generated through non-government sponsorship. What government should do is continue to encourage particularly the professionalisation of women's sport, increasing pay for female athletes. In my mind, there is a direct correlation to the capacity to professionalise sport or the quality of the sport against the professionalisation of those sports, i.e. paying women more. You've seen this in sports like cricket, which were leaders in finding corporate support to pay female cricketers to become more professional. The quality of their performances has increased. The government did not do that, but the government did set conditions and also help those sports create strategies to improve the performance of their sport when it comes to engaging women and the increasing professionalisation. It would seem counterintuitive for me to then support the idea of withdrawing funds from those sports that are indeed trying to enhance women's participation and increase professionalisation.
And again, my question just now was, given, firstly, there's a lot to unpack there, but I'll just come back to the first question, which was, given that there is a concern that you've expressed that if you were to make equal pay for equal play a condition of these grants, that there would be a basic withdrawal of funding, or you wouldn't be giving as much funding. My question to you was, doesn't that mean that you just need to provide a bit more funding to allow those sports to be able to also provide equal pay for equal play?
Well, a huge portion of what the New South Wales government invests through the Office of Sport into infrastructure programs, our program delivery like Her Sport, Her Way, is about enhancing accessibility for women. So it's a key focus of almost all of our infrastructure funds that are in the community at the moment. If we get allocated more funds to be able to do more things, then I think it stands to reason that we want to see more women and girls playing sport, so we would invest more money behind that if it was allocated to us.
And just coming back to the remainder of your response to the last question, in relation to, if more people are watching, then there'll be more interest, and then women will get paid more because there'll be more revenues in the sport, as I understand what you were saying. Clearly that works both ways. If there's no revenue, if there's no decent pay for women, why would anybody be going into that sport in the first place? The attractiveness of the sport is low. Clearly these things need to come together. If we have equal pay and accordingly respect for women players, wouldn't women be encouraged to then invest their time in that sport, and that would itself create a better quality of play?
I absolutely want to see more professional female athletes. I'm just not convinced that it's the role of government to pay those professional athletes with taxpayer funds.
I would love to know what you think the role of government is, because if it's not to correct historic inequity in something as simple as sport, where decades of leaving it to the market or to whatever has not worked, what is the role of government?
Well, I think what you're seeing at the moment is quite a profound adoption by high-profile sports in Australia to substantially increase their female product. You've seen it with AFLW, you've seen it with the NRL, women's NRL program. Cricket has been right at the forefront of that. In fact, right now, the Women's ICC 2020 World Cup is on. In fact, New South Wales was a leader in this space with the professionalisation of women's cricket when a corporate, Lend-Lease, funded the salaries of female cricketers so that they could be professional athletes. That very decision by corporate Australia allowed for the substantial increase in performance of female cricket, which in my mind triggered a very clear run that has allowed women's cricket to become much more profound in the community.
So you credit the advancement of women in cricket to a corporation, not to the clubs and the communities who have been actively pushing, and the Players Association's actively pushing women to get more involved in the sport. You're actually crediting some investment from a corporation.
I'm not saying to the exclusion of local cricket clubs that have fostered female cricketers in their local cricket clubs, the amount of local coaches, all of those things. The reality is that what took women's cricket in New South Wales from where it was to allow women to not have to work but to focus exclusively on their cricket playing ability was the financial support provided by Lend-Lease. Now, Lend-Lease...
Extraordinary.
This is exactly what you want to happen. I want every ASX 200 business in Australia to fund more women's sport. What's wrong with that?
Please stop. If we look at AFL...
That's exactly what you want to happen.
Can we talk about...
To sponsor women's athletes so they get paid more money. That's what happens in sport.
Okay. Can we talk about AFL without the interjections? So at the moment, the average player for men's AFL, average salary is $372,224. A lot of the players get over $1 million. I think one of them gets 1.2 million. So it's $372,224 as an average. Women players get between $20,239 and $37,155 per year. We're looking at like a factor of almost, 20, of difference. You say that that's enough for a woman to give up whatever other opportunity she had to then, commit herself to a career in AFL. Is that sufficient for you?
Boyd, I'm saying the exact opposite to that. I'm saying that unless you make sport supported and attracted by corporate Australia, then women won't be able to play and earn enough money to forego what they would do in their other workforce. The professionalisation of sport is funded through the people who watch it. People who watch it then generate sponsorship revenue. Sponsorship revenue gets reinvested back in the athlete through their salary. So we're on a rapid uptake here. Just a few short years ago, there was no NRLW, there was no AFLW. The concept of seeing Belinda Clark on your TV screen in an Australian World Cup team was unimaginable. Now Meg Lanning is on posters on walls of young cricketers, both male and female, right across the country.
Again, the fact that you are crediting corporate Australia with that is quite extraordinary, and the idea that there is a concept of corporate Australia.
The reason why...
Not in the Cuban...
order. Point of order.
We don't need commentary from the sidelines, thank you.
Bullock and Statler over there can be
oh my God.
of abuse.
You can take a point of order. Oh, come on.
No. I know you're new to this, Don.
Is partly why I'm getting exasperated, because I think her treatment
you don't have a point of order.
is completely out of order.
There is no abuse here.
And I don't think he needs your help, actually.
We're now just wasting time. Boyd, you can continue without
Thank you.
commentary
That's very kind. Again, if we could look at the A-League soccer, men are getting $136,791 as a average wage, whereas women are getting $17,055. Again, this is massive discrepancies. Can I just confirm, and then I'm going to hand over to Ms Sharp because I don't think I can cope anymore. Can I just confirm that you believe it is the responsibility of corporate Australia and not the government to be encouraging women into sport in New South Wales?
It's everyone's responsibility, Ms Boyd. It's not just the government. It's not just businesses and corporate Australia. It's everyone's responsibility. We all benefit from that. But
everyone else is pulling their weight,
but the government is not going to pay the salaries of professional athletes.
No, and that's not what's being asked of you. We're being asked for you to be actively encouraging.
If you want female athletes to be more professional and get paid more dollars, if you want those that pay to be equal, then you need to drive more corporate revenue into sport. That is the only way.
Or you could perhaps regulate the way that you give grants and a whole bunch of things. All right, Ms Sharp.
Okay, I just want to pick up on something slightly different, but to do the same. It's about the same issue. The Her Sport, Her Way strategy adopted the Sport Australia's mandatory sports governance principles, which is the target of 40% of women on boards for state sporting organisations, which would be a good start. Are we on track to actually achieve that?
I would have to take that on notice. I don't know off the top of my head what the allocation is.
If you can take that on notice in terms of, well, yes, I mean, how many organisations are meeting that criteria, whether you've got a time frame. I know, for example, the ACT is on track from their reporting in terms of their state organisations. There's much fewer in the ACT, I accept that, but it would be good to know.
There's a vast number of state sporting organisations. I'll take on notice there.
But I'm also keen to just understand how what role Office of Sport has in monitoring that in terms of, are we asking the question and do we know?
Economic rationalism.
Sorry. Minister, can we just get clarified? Is Minister Anderson in your cluster now?
The hospitality and racing portfolio is in this cluster. I think Ms Jones was going to answer.
That's not my time, so...
No, but so Minister Anderson's hospitality and racing portfolios are in the enterprise investment and trade cluster. His land and water portfolio is in the...
So is he now in both clusters? So as in he's formerly a minister who's got the interactions with both, not...
Yes, he has two portfolios and they are split across different clusters.
Okay. And in respect to ILGA, is Minister Anderson's functions in respect to ILGA supported through this cluster?
Yes, and that will be from the 1st of April.
And that includes the casino regulation function?
That's correct.
And that includes the liquor, hospitality and gaming regulatory function and enforcement function?
Yes.
Do you have any role in any of that?
No, that sits with Minister Anderson, other than being the cluster minister.
So why has ILGA been moved?
Because the hospitality, all of those arrangements that currently sit with DCS are being moved across through the machinery of government arrangements with Minister Anderson into this department.
But we have gone through at some length over the past few years around the sort of better regulation regulatory structure, which has taken root in the now DCS, or Department of Customer Service. And that actually, given that ILGA has, well, firstly, questions, what care has been given to ensure that ILGA has the requisite levels of independence in the new structure?
I don't propose any changes to ILGA's function.
Sure, but ILGA is funded. Its funding comes from distinct sources. It doesn't actually come from...
there'll be no change to that.
Sure, but what I'm interested in is the reason why all the other regulators were kept there in DCS was in order to assure that each of them could comply with their respective laws and equally their respective and different funding sources. For example, CIRA gets its funding from workers' compensation premiums. ILGA gets it from casinos when it comes to casino enforcement. How is your cluster going to keep ILGA's separate accounts accounted for?
There is no proposed change.
Well, there is one. It's coming into your cluster. So
its account arrangements are not. We're not proposing to change anything with the way ILGA functions.
Sure, but in terms of how what steps are you taking to ensure that this cluster is not using any of those resources for purposes that are impermissible?
Why would we do that?
Multiple reasons, actually, from past experience. But I'm asking you the question, what steps are you taking to ensure that there is effectively a wall between ILGA's regulatory functions and the other roles that it plays?
Well, my best answer is that the existing functions of ILGA will not change regardless of where they are located in.
Is the reason why ILGA has been moved into a cluster is to take it out of the remit of Minister Dominello's portfolio?
No, I don't believe that's the case at all.
Minister, I might ask you about the nighttime economy.
Yep.
Firstly, are you aware of the decision of the Victorian government to supply a minimum fee for musicians who perform if there's public funding attached to the performance of $250? There's a guarantee. There's a guarantee of $250 that the musician gets for performing. Are you aware of that decision?
I've seen the announcements. I don't know all of the details that are in that individual announcement by the Victorian government, but yeah, I've seen what they've announced.
This issue has been raised with the New South Wales government. It's been raised with you in your former role. So far the government here in New South Wales has declined to back that idea, a guarantee that the artist gets, say, $250 if there's public funding applied to an event. Will you back that decision, that principle, here in New South Wales?
That's not something that we're currently proposing. We've got a 24-hour economy strategy, 39 action items, 35 of those are currently underway. I think you're familiar with a number of them, but that proposal that's been brought forward by Victoria is not something that we're currently considering as a pathway forward.
I'll turn to the question about venues. Firstly, I want to give you some credit for the $24 million that's been announced to support New South Wales venues. You played a key role in seeing that funding applied. But you have been warned that without more support, venues will close in New South Wales. We've lost the Lansdowne Hotel, 505, the Giant Dwarf Theatre. Frankie's will close as a result of the Metro, and the Narrabeen RSL has paused its operations. Are you concerned that we'll continue to lose venues in Sydney at the moment?
I think the economic conditions make hospitality businesses, particularly access to live music, immensely challenging. It's one of the reasons why the government put that $24 million behind live music venues. I think one of the biggest challenges that exists with many of these locations that have been traditionally live music venues that we've all got to know and love is that they also have other uses that are permissible in them. So in constrained economic times, landowners, property owners will often look to maximise the use of their asset, and that does put pressure on locations that are music venues. That's the main reason. These
are 5 of the key independent venues in Sydney. They're gone. You're being warned there's more on the way. Do you accept that is the risk right at the moment?
I think in the current environment there is always risk that venues will go. I think there's also people that want to open up more live music venues. That's not to say that's an easy thing to do right now, particularly as confidence is only starting to re-emerge in the...
Well, it's been one-way traffic, Minister. The number of closures has really exceeded the number of people opening the doors.
Yes,
You'd accept that?
I'm not denying that. It's definitely been, and as you would expect with the profound impact of COVID-19 over the last 2 years, one of the things that I think I have to say is most disheartening for me was the work that was done by industry and government in developing the 24-hour economy strategy. The time frame at which we launched that was literally just before COVID.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And I don't think it's really had an opportunity to fully implement all of its benefits. In many respects, we have just been in trying to keep people going and alive.
Yeah.
We've also prime pumped a lot of other activities, things like events, the CBD revitalisation. There's a lot of music
to your credit, Minister, I'm glad you mentioned the strategy because you haven't answered my question about one of the key elements of that strategy, and that's the poem which is in there, the nighttime economy poem entitled Sydney's 24-Hour Vision. I'll remind you about a little bit of it. It says, there are cities that never sleep but somehow keep you dreaming, global cities. Sydney is one of them. I won't read you the full poem, Minister, although I will draw your attention to my favourite line, where we also value our functional amenities, late-night pharmacies, all-hours gyms and accessible public transport. Minister, you won't answer who wrote this poem and how much it cost taxpayers What are the answers to those questions?
I think we've responded to that on notice in the past.
Yeah, and refused to provide the details of who wrote it, how much it cost.
It was included.
Who
in
wrote
the cost.
this?
It was included in the cost of the.
What was the cost of the strategy?
I'll take that on notice.
Goodness me. Are you a critic of it?
Just to be clear here, Minister, did you write the poem? Just
No, I did not write the poem.
Just getting on the record here.
Yeah.
Probably in your interest.
I know it's in your interest. That's an important clarification.
Minister, where are we up to in terms of recruiting a senior trade and investment commissioner for Americas and Greater China?
We're close to the end of that recruitment process. I can confirm for the committee that I understand that the shortlisted candidates are undertaking interviews in the next month for both of those roles.
Fair enough. And you expect to be announcing them in the coming months, according to the press release in December. We're still on track?
Yeah, I would expect both of those appointments would be announced in April.
What process was utilised to select these two positions?
We undertook a recruitment process and utilised NGS, a global recruitment company, to conduct that process for selection or identification of candidates. And then there's a selection panel and interview panel as the final stage. There's a series of testing arrangements that go with that as well.
Was there an open advertisement allowing opening?
Yes, for all of them.
Yes, and well, actually, let's unpack that. Yes, all the positions were subjected to our call for applications via public advertisement. First question.
Yes.
Yes, and were these two included in the previous call for advertisement for the earlier candidates?
We did open a round for New York earlier. The process for selecting candidates, we launched that in the smack bang in the middle of COVID impacts, and we thought that had quite a profound impact on the people that made applications. So we withdrew that process, delayed it, and started it later when we started to see COVID start to subside, and China is moving in the same time frame as that.
So in respect to the Agent General position in London, the position that is operating from India, which I think also covers the wider subcontinent and the Middle East.
That's correct. Yep.
And equally, the positions that were covered for ASEAN.
Yes.
Correct? They're the three that you referred to that went through a slightly separate process, correct?
No, we went through open recruitment process for, I didn't have carriage of the role during the Agent General one, but the recruitment process for Japan or North Asia, so Japan, Korea, ASEAN, which is based out of Singapore and India, they were all done through open markets.
So who had carriage for the Agent General position?
The former Deputy Premier had it at the time.
Okay, why?
Because the trade portfolio was allocated to him.
Right. And in respect to the Asian positions, well, the three that were announced in December is probably the best way of describing them. You placed advertisements in the Financial Times, did you not?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Ava.
The Financial Times or the Financial Review?
I think you found that you put them in the Financial Times as well as the AFR.
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice.
I think you'll find that you also put it in The Economist.
That doesn't surprise me. We did.
And apparently you paid for those advertisements, I think, close to $40,000, particularly for the Financial Times, great paper, and The Economist. What I'm interested in is why then didn't you put these two positions in those advertisements?
I'd have to take that on notice and go back to the...
Well, for the other two positions, did we also then run a second round of advertising in those publications?
I'll take that on notice. I don't know the full detail of...
Yeah, we might explore that with the officials this afternoon. What are the KPIs for these positions?
We've been through this in the past. Their job is to represent New South Wales in these markets, to play a role in creating or investment attraction into New South Wales, and also facilitating exports for New South Wales businesses into those markets.
Well, how much... the Agent General position has now been operating for what, a year? Close to a year?
A lot of these roles have been in establishment for a longer period of time than they've been in market. Some markets have not been accessible because of COVID. The Agent General has just recently been able to go to London. Our Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner for North Asia, I think, has only just been recently granted access into Japan. It has been able to access the Korean market a little bit more frequently. We have our Indian person in market, and the ASEAN role starts in April.
So how much money are we expecting the Agent General in the UK to attract this year? Investment attraction?
We haven't set a benchmark figure where you would have a spreadsheet number that says you need to attract X,
I'll
Y,
settle
Z.
for any figure. I don't know whether it's in spreadsheet form or benchmark, whatever, but how much investment attraction is the Agent General in the UK meant to attract us over the next 3 years?
We're not benchmarking that figure. We're not benchmarking that with a figure.
I hope you've set some goal.
Yes, we have.
You've sent them over there without... Right. What's the goal?
I've said their objective, their role, is to attract investment into the state and to support businesses from New South Wales, export into international markets.
So what's the baseline figure then? What do we currently have? How are we going to tell whether they've done any better?
Yeah, sure. I'll make a comment, maybe Ms Bell would like to add. So we have both investment KPIs and export KPIs. What we're setting is actually the number of new investment opportunities identified that align with New South Wales's priority industries and places, because some opportunities are better than others, I suppose you could say. And then we also want to make sure that those opportunities and clients are properly account managed at the right level of seniority. And then the third one is investment deals supported with foreign businesses, including capital investment and jobs created or retained as a direct result of that person's assistance. As you know, the FDI number for Australia is already pretty large, but it's firstly getting New South Wales a higher proportion of that and adding to it. And then there are similar KPIs on the export side as well.
Well, that's helpful. Just to go through, unpack those 4 criteria, let's start with the most obvious. How are you going to identify how many jobs have come from their work?
Well, I think that what I would say is, I think what Ms Brown's just articulated is what you might describe as an activity-based benchmark, where...
So we're paying for activity and not outcome?
It's measured in activities where those outcomes are identified from the work. You would then be able to measure foreign direct investment. If it's an investment side, you'd be able to measure the value of exports. And I dare say with engagement with those businesses, you would be able to identify the number or value of jobs that are created from that activity. But the performance metric is going to be an activity-based metric, yes.
Okay. How much is the salary?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Ms Brown, no?
I'll take it on notice.
We don't know. We don't know what these people have been paid.
Come on.
We know. How much are these people getting paid?
I don't know the
$487,000 salary?
I don't know the full value.
Is it benchmarked to a band 3 of the SES?
It's benchmarked
I think
to...
Ms Brown is nodding.
Brown's nodding.
No,
Minister,
sorry.
is that the...
We disclosed that previously, yeah.
I said, I don't know. I'd have to take on notice. You asked me how much they get paid.
Being told by your official,
I'm now
you
putting
just don't
to
want to
you
say.
a direct...
Point of order. The Minister's trying to answer the question. He said take it on notice. He's explaining the reason. He's getting 2 ALP members throwing comments at him simultaneously. I don't know how Hansard's managing, so can we have some order in this debate? And the Minister has a right to answer or take it on notice, and one at a time.
In fact, the Minister is entitled to take it on notice, but we've also had the question asked to Ms Brown, and comments from Mr Mookie in relation to Ms Brown nodding for the purposes of Hansard are perfectly in order. So we are getting an answer, I think, from Ms Brown, but she is also entitled to take it on notice.
I would like to... Can I please answer? So we have said publicly and stated to you as well that these are band 3 roles with a sort determination
Did you say sort determination?
Sorry, sort selection, so band 3. Hang on, I will take on notice the value or the figure that you are looking for, because I don't have that information with me.
So you're saying that let's just unpack what you just said there, Minister. Are you saying that the entire salary package went through a sort determination?
No.
Did the department take active steps to avoid a sort determination?
Answer.
I I think as we've previously disclosed, the salaries are within the current Band 3 range as per the sort tribunal ranges. There is no separate sort determination that was pursued.
That wasn't the question. The question was, did the department take steps to avoid a sort determination?
Not to my knowledge.
Ms Brown?
No.
All right, we might pick that part up this afternoon. But let's talk about the Agent General to UK. Is their maximum salary in line with Band 3?
Yes.
What about allowances? Are they entitled to an allowance?
There are allowances in their package that's not included in their salary.
Are they entitled to a cost of living allowance?
There is we have an independent assessment that determines cost of living based on the market that they're going to versus the market that they're in.
Is that a yes?
For the Agent General, the answer is yes.
And what about the Japanese, the person who's posted to North Asia, that senior trade commissioner in Japan? Are they also entitled to a cost of living allowance?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Does Ms Brown know?
Yeah, before, if you do answer.
The cost of living and allowances are set by a Mercer benchmark to compare the cost of living in the two cities.
Are they entitled to a cost of living allowance?
If the Mercer benchmark determines that the cost of living in the relevant jurisdiction is higher than it is in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia.
Sorry, point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr Howard.
The Secretary was giving a directly relevant answer and was just cut off and interrupted by the Honourable.
The Secretary wasn't giving it.
Yeah.
She was. And could the member please be directed by you as Chair to let the witness answer the question?
Well, I will say this, I'm not sure that it was directly relevant, and I think that Mr Mookie was clarifying his question and asking for a directly relevant answer. We do need to be directly relevant in these hearings.
Obviously directly relevant.
The actual question.
Because there's nothing wrong with the question.
Repeat the question, please.
If you have a valid point of order, I'll consider it.
For us.
Rest assured, Ms Brown, I will give you the opportunity to explain the criteria. But the question was, is currently the Trade Commissioner who's been posted to Japan entitled to a cost of living allowance?
I'll take it on notice.
Is that cost of a living allowance administered for the Agent General $112,000?
I would have to take that on notice because, as we have just tried to explain to you, the availability of an allowance is determined by that independent body, Mercer, to determine whether they are entitled to one. So it's not a blanket answer of is every person overseas in these roles.
No, I'm not asking about every person overseas. I'm asking specifically about two positions, the Agent General and the position in Japan. And I asked you about the Agent General. I haven't yet asked you about the Japanese position yet. So, in respect to the current position, I'm putting it to you very clearly here that the Agent General in UK gets an additional cost of living allowance of $112,000. Is that true?
I will have to take the value of that figure on notice.
Does Ms Brown or Ms Bell know?
I'll have to take it on notice.
Is it the case that that allowance was determined after Mercer was asked to provide a benchmark?
That's the process in which we undertake for the provision of allowances.
And Mercer is a consultancy, is it not?
Yes.
How much do we pay Mercer?
I'll have to take that on notice.
So, equally, in addition to that, are we paying for any expenses to do with the children's education when it comes to those two particular positions?
That's included within the allowance, yes.
Sure. So, let's just be very clear here. Is SORT required to approve an allowance under Section 38 of the Act?
No.
Is cost of living allowance being paid under Section 38 of the Act?
As I said, I'll need to take on notice the specifics around each post and which are paid.
Who is the employer? Who employs the people? Who's your direct employer? Is that you, Ms Brown?
Investment New South Wales, correct. I hold the employer functions and they are a public servant under the Government Sector Employment Act.
So you agreed to the remuneration package, did you, Ms Brown?
Yes.
Do you recall agreeing to a cost of living allowance of over $100,000 in respect to these two positions?
I'll have to take the exact figure on notice, please.
Well, I'm not asking for the exact figure. Do you recall agreeing to a cost of living allowance over $100,000 when you appointed these people last December?
With respect to the Agent General, I recall approving a cost of living allowance, yes. I don't recall the exact figure.
Did you disclose to the Minister that you were doing that?
Yes.
So we have two positions that are getting paid, at least two positions, the equivalent of a secretary salary. you'll actually find that the remuneration package is more than a secretary, unless there's other parts of the secretary's package we know aren't public. So given that we are now paying 8 of these people, or at least 2 of them, more than we are paying department secretaries, can you please explain to me why we're only using an activity-based measure to test their output?
Activity is a reflection of output.
So you're honestly telling me that these 2 positions should be paid more than the Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet?
I know this is great political theatre.
No, it's a serious question, Minister.
Yes,
these people are being paid the equivalent of the police commissioner. Actually, you'll find.
No, this is a serious answer. I know it's political theatre to try and compare jobs in additional markets to jobs in the public service in New South Wales.
Well, if you're in a position to assign value for money, I might be inclined to...
Yes, Mr Howard.
The Honourable Daniel Mookie is doing it again. The Minister was giving a directly relevant answer, which would have answered the Honourable Member's question, but he did not let him finish, and I wanted to hear the rest of the answer.
I don't uphold the part that says Mr Mookie is doing it again, because I don't know what that means, but I will allow the Minister to finish his answer that is valid.
So the benchmarking for salaries for these roles is commensurate to the markets that they're going in. They are commercial roles. They are in different markets to the employment conditions that exist here in Australia. I don't think it is a fair and reasonable thing to try and compare what takes place in those markets to the police commissioner or a secretary. They are entirely different functions, and they should be remunerated based on what those functions require of them in the markets in which they're conducting their work.
And even if you accept all that to be true, their roles should then be scrutinised. So, Minister, can you please explain to us how exactly is this going to create value for taxpayers?
So I've said
to you... I'm asking you to elaborate.
I've said to you already, and so as the Secretary has confirmed the KPIs around activity that each of these individuals and their teams will be required to do. They will report against those. Where investment is generated through these relationships or export opportunities are generated, we will be able to report back against those performances. But as from a KPI perspective, we have made the determination that the way to determine whether they are meeting their requirements for the taxpayer, whether they represent value for money, will be based around those activities that will be reported. We've not said anything other than that.
Is that written into their contracts?
The KPI activities, I'm not sure about the individual details.
Not in the contracts. So we haven't actually written them into the contracts that they are responsible for this?
I can't recall, and I'm not sure that...
Ms Bell was seeming to answer, so is it written into the contract?
A contract and a performance agreement are different things.
Sure.
So
I asked
performance
specifically
agreement,
about
yes.
a contract.
A contract refers to...
Well, is it in the performance agreement?
Yes.
So can we get on detail what's precisely in the performance agreement?
We'll take on notice and provide you whatever we can, yes. Thank you, Mr Mookie.
Mookie.
Beg your pardon.
Thank you. No, there's been a few who did it. At the budget estimates last year, I think Ms Brown, said that the overarching business plan and performance framework was being finalised. Has that been finished?
Do you mean for the agency?
Yep. For Investment New South Wales.
That is correct. Yes, that's finished. We've just completed our corporate strategy. It is contained within that document. It's not public yet, but we have been talking about it, yes.
And it will have, just to go to some of the conversation we were just having with Mr Mookie, that it's fairly explicit in terms of the KPIs, both export and investment attraction. That's actually set out within the framework?
Indeed.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you about the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility. You're familiar with it?
Yes.
Good. Minister, when you announced it, you were talking about a 13,000 square metre standalone facility. You talked about it helping generate 200,000 jobs. Minister, why is the facility only now 2,840 square metres?
It's not. The first building that we're building, which we call Building 1 at Bradfield, is is a forerunner to the full advanced manufacturing research facility. We have to do a series of site establishment works. We would like to have a presence on site. We would like to be able to have a site that allows some of our partners or future investors to be able to engage in the site. The full AMRF will be subject to a final investment decision that goes before government in the future.
So just to be clear, finally, you've announced a facility, but you've not, other than this stage one, there's no final commitment from the government about this 13,000 square metre facility.
So we've committed to delivering the advanced manufacturing research facility. We've undertaken our...
So you've committed to delivering it, yes, and the original commitment, as I said, was for a 13,000 square metre facility, but so far we've got stage one, which is the 2,840, and I'm just trying to understand the second part of your answer, which suggested that you're looking at a bigger facility, but you haven't finally decided whether that'll go ahead, presumably because the business case needs to be provided. Is that what's going on?
The final investment decision for that will still need to go before government.
So it's not locked in?
Well, we're committed to the advanced manufacturing research facility. It's going through its process.
Is this the facility that's meant to be operated by the CSIRO?
Yes.
Sorry,
is this the facility that's meant to be operated by the CSIRO?
The CSIRO has announced that they'll relocate to the Bradfield City Centre. They will be in their own building.
Counted as part of the... Will it be counted as part of the facility?
A separate building.
So it's completely separate. So when you talk about 13,000 square metres of facility, the CSIRO is co-located. Would like co-location, that's a good thing. But it's not compounded part of the 13,000.
No.
Right, okay, thank you. And the announcement in June last year talked about $22.9 million worth of specialised equipment. How much equipment's in there now?
Well, the building hasn't been built, Michelle.
Right, so there's nothing in there. Well, just to be clear, there's government members might be snorting over the side here, but we're actually trying to understand. Well, it sounded like you're snorting to me. We're just trying to understand of the promise what so far has been delivered. So the shared use is $22.9 million. My information suggests that there's about $3.2 million worth of equipment already in there. You're saying no because you just said zero.
Well, there's not equipment in a building.
Because there's no building.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And are you anticipating, does the commitment around something like 3D printers, etc., remain?
I'm not going to comment specifically about 3D printers, but the objective here...
Well, you did, just to be clear, you did talk about this. You said you were going to house facilities and business services to test, prototype, rapidly scale advanced manufacturing technologies, such as 3D printing, high-tech manufacturing equipment, research spaces, virtual and augmented reality equipment. Just trying to get a sense on how much of that's actually going to
all of those things.
Delivered.
I was about to say I wasn't going to comment on specific pieces of technology, but I expect there'll be a wide range of research and development activities and technology and equipment that will go into this. We've said in the past that we've utilised some examples from overseas. The Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre, which is set up in Sheffield, has given us a good case study in which we can Australianise some of those examples. We think that is...
What does Australianising an example look like?
Well, this is a business that's set up in the UK, so I'm not saying you just lift everything that exists in the UK. There are Australian industries, there's industries that are more specific to Western Sydney. There's the alignment with our own economic blueprint. There's a focus on different industries that will engage advanced manufacturing. So, excuse my broad sweeping term, but I don't want to just replicate what exists in Sheffield. I'd like to make it relevant to the community and the economy it's going to function in.
Can I say, what is the total budget for the construction of the advanced manufacturing research facility?
The building one?
Sure. Yeah, we'll go with that. Let's
start there.
Yeah, we'll start there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. The capital cost of the building is $24.9 million.
Yep, and that is, let's just be very clear here, that's separate from the Bradfield City Centre first building?
That is the Bradfield City Centre.
The same facility, is it?
Yep.
And is that separate from the Bradfield City Centre Stage 1 enabling works?
enabling works for the entire site, not just for one building.
Sure, just to be very clear. So it's not. So, okay, fair enough. You don't have budget paper 3 with you, do you?
No, I don't carry it with me every day.
Well, to be fair, I do. It's surprising when people ask you questions about it. Can I, take my word for this, because I'm reading from you directly from infrastructure statement number 3533. That's the page number, Western Parkland City Authority, works in progress. It says here that the agency got $5 million for advanced manufacturing and research facility planning this year, and $1 million last year, and in total it's got $6 million for this. What are we getting for that $5 million?
Great answer.
So, for the avoidance of doubt, there's 2 buildings. There's building 1 that we've mentioned earlier, which is a multi-purpose building with the pilot AMRF component within it. We're currently undertaking a full business case for the full AMRF, which was referred to earlier, circa 13,000 square metres, and that funding is to support business cases and technical assessments of equipment that's required within that building.
So just to be clear for Hansard, what did you call it for? AMRF or?
AMRF, Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility. Yes.
So the money that is listed in the budget paper as for $5 million is for a business case, is that right?
In addition to other technical assessments, it's quite a high specification building. It needs to be designed. There's architectural components and a range of different things that need to be assessed to ensure that it is fit for purpose.
Indeed. And that business case, when is it due to complete?
It is currently being prepared, and then it'll be a matter for the government to determine.
And Minister, when you say that you're yet to take a final investment decision, is that because you're waiting for that business case to complete?
No, that's a standard practice.
Yes, it is, but it's not standard practice to therefore go out there and say that it's going to go and create 200,000 jobs, and it's going to, which is the claim that you made until the decision was made. So when you said that in November 2020, that the AMRF would help drive the creation of more than 200,000 jobs. Where did you get that figure from?
That figure is a figure that we've used consistently for the Western Parkland City. It was part of the city deal. We said that...
Well, you said it was about the AMRF, not the whole concept of a new city in Bradfield. So given that you made that claim specific about this particular facility...
Yeah, you're just putting words into my mouth.
No, I'm not sure that's true, Minister. I think you'll find you did. But I'll be happy to sort of clarify. I'm happy to test. But basically...
Look at lots of my comments about the city deal and the Western Parkland City, and
I'm quite the student of your statements.
To generate 200,000 new jobs across 8 local councils, and Minister, the delivery of the AMRF is just one of those strategies.
Just calm down. I'm asking you a specific question here. When you made that claim, you didn't have a business case, did you?
Sorry, when I did what?
When you made the claim about the AMRF and its job-creating benefits, you didn't have a business case.
Of course, we hadn't completed a final business case.
Indeed. And tell me now, how many jobs are we expecting it to create?
We've said consistently since we signed the city deal that the investments that we would make across transport, land use, the development of the Bradfield City Centre, or what was then known as the Aerotropolis Core, would generate 200,000 additional jobs across the 8 councils of the Western Parkland.
When's the AMRF meant to open?
I'm not sure. What are we saying? It's the target date, 25?
By 25, 26, yes.
Do we have any tenants in it yet?
No, it's not built.
Yes, I'm aware, but often you do get tenants or people who are indicating interest to move into it before, particularly for a facility of this size. That's pretty standard. So where are we up to in terms of finding people to use this facility?
So we have not undertaken any pre-commitment exercise yet.
When will you be starting that?
We are already engaging with our foundation partners and across a wide range of businesses who have engaged the government through multiple stakeholder roundtable forums around interest in the Western Parkland City, some of which have expressed an interest around the AMRF. We'll continue to work with those. We've always seen this as a landing pad for people and for businesses who want to be able to grow in Western Sydney. The first building is the first step in that direction. Obviously, we've already seen CSIRO make a commitment around relocating to this location as well.
So the Parkland Authority released an invitation to partner in the Bradfield City Centre and the AMRF in October 2021. How many companies or organisations have since expressed an interest in partnering in the AMRF?
I'll have to defer to Dr. Hill for that.
So just to be clear, the first building had an expression of interest for tenants that was released in December, and that is a matter that is still being assessed. In terms of the broader number of tenants who are interested in the AMRF, we have had quite a range of interest from foundation and city partners, and that's something I'm happy to take on notice if there is an exact number I can give you.
So at this point, are we finalising a business case without anyone expressing a direct interest?
We certainly had a lot of direct interest in partnership around the AMRF, potential usage of equipment and potential tenancies.
But the standard for a business case requires you to provide some form of an income projection, which requires you to have something firmer than just an expression of interest. You actually do need a pre-commitment. It's pretty standard. Do we have any of them?
We have to have a business case and an investment decision before we make any pre-commitments.
Yes, and the question is anyone even expressed an interest in negotiating a pre-commitment?
As I said, there has been a lot of interest in the AMRF.
But what does a lot of interest mean?
Well, we have many organisations through partnerships who have identified that through the agreements and various other engagements.
I just want to be clear on one thing. You don't need pre-commitments to develop a business case, which you just...
Okay, well, that's a discretionary choice of government. Some business cases do. So just be clear here, Minister, you've made it clear that you don't require pre-commitments before you develop a business case.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Can I, in respect to... Did you want to do more of this? Can I get an update, please, on where the authority is up to in terms of converting its partners to binding commitments? This is a question we were asking earlier in the last estimate, if people would recall.
Okay. Since we last met, we have a further 5 agreements with organisations, so we now stand at 33. We have a number of collaborations with those partners, and we're also working through proper processes such as the EOI I mentioned in December to secure tenancies and other binding agreements.
I think we'll pick this up with the officials. I'll go to my colleague.
I might just turn back to those issues I was asking about jobs for New South Wales. There's been a recent announcement, the 4th of March, about a new committee that's been established. Minister, could you just give us the background on the Investment Attraction Council, which has been announced this week?
Yeah, we announced an advisory body to provide advice to government and myself to the department around investment attraction initiatives. All of those members have willingly given their time to us as volunteers, which I think is an outstanding contribution to the state of New South Wales, and I look forward to working with all of them closely.
And you've got some senior business people here on this this council invited back to government to assist in these investment tasks. It's a very similar role to the Jobs for New South Wales board, though. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't. I would say that this body is designed to provide advice. You could call it strategic advice if you wanted to be a little bit more corporate in your language, whereas the Jobs for New South Wales board at the time had some very specific designated tasks under the Act. These are a number of very high-performing individuals. They are passionate about the state of New South Wales. I think they want to see the state continue to grow and evolve. They want the economy to be strong and resilient, and they've offered their time to help us achieve that.
Minister, you didn't make this announcement. Ms Brown made this announcement. This must be one of the few announcements you haven't been associated with. Is the reason you weren't associated with it because of that background of closing down the Jobs for New South Wales board?
No.
I mean, your colleagues know you as the greatest photo bomber in this government, but you missed this announcement. Is there a reason why?
Rubbish.
I think we thought last week that given the impacts of the floods, it was probably more appropriate it came from Investment New South Wales.
Yeah, so a low-key announcement of this. As you say, the Jobs for New South Wales does still exist. You're required as Minister to appoint a number of board members. Are all those board positions filled that you're required to appoint under the legislation?
I'm not sure what our board requirement is under the current arrangements.
But you agree this legislation is your sole responsibility as Minister?
Legislation is, but I don't think there's a legislative requirement to maintain the board, but I'll take that on notice.
Are all the legislative requirements under Jobs for New South Wales, the Act that reports to you, being fulfilled at the moment, given that the government's closed down this organisation?
It's a ghost agency. But I will take that on notice to ensure that the committee gets accurate advice.
Will this organisation be renewed? Will it be revived, given this legislation?
Jobs for New South Wales?
Yes.
Jobs for New South Wales doesn't exist. It only exists because of the trailing payments from the Jobs for New South Wales.
Well, it exists in legislation, Minister. This Act has its sole function to establish that.
No, I accept the Act exists, but all of the functions around that don't exist anymore.
But you won't repeal the Act?
Repealing the Act is a logical next step for what would take place. I think the creation of the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, the establishment of Investment New South Wales, the Jobs Plus initiative that the government has underway all say that there will come a point in time where it would make sort of logical sense to repeal the Jobs.
Well, I agree with that, Minister, but I'm putting to you the reason you haven't repealed this Act, the reason you didn't photobomb this announcement is because you're embarrassed about what happened with the Jobs for New South Wales organisation, which had to be shut down because it was a total failure.
No, I think that's a preposterous suggestion. These are volunteering their time to support the state. They conducted their first meeting last week. We'd always planned to make the announcement. I think the government limited a number of its announcements last week because of the strong focus that existed on the floods.
Well, I can only tell you that a number of your colleagues were very surprised you weren't there.
Thank you. You able to give us an update on where the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner is up to?
It's currently advertised. The recruitment process for that is underway right now.
And will that commissioner sit within your cluster?
Yes, they will.
And when do you anticipate that they'll be appointed?
The recruitment process opened a number of weeks ago. I think it closes at the end of probably, I think it's this week, the 13th of March, I think it closes. So,
and who's on the selection panel for that?
I haven't determined the selection panel for that role yet.
Definitely is going to be sitting with you.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you expect to be the salary of the commissioner?
I'll have to. I don't know whether you. I'll take it on notice. I don't know the exact
We can ask you this afternoon if you can tell us this afternoon.
Yeah. I'm sure
that's fine with me.
Yep.
And are you able to give us an idea of what the operating budget for the new Commissioner's office will be?
I don't have a specific figure. Obviously, we want to recruit the person. We've started to map the idea of a relatively small office that would sit alongside the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner. If I was going to, I would point you in the same direction as the sort of size of the team that sits around the 24-hour Economy Commissioner, which is a relatively small team. We would want them to be able to be a role that, one, provides advice to government about enhancing modern and advanced manufacturing policy settings, and also be a strong conduit between industry and government.
Did the Premier consult you before announcing the appointment of a Commissioner?
Yes.
And the task force that was announced at the time, has that been appointed yet?
It was announced this morning.
Oh, there you go. Can you tell us who's on it?
Yes, I can. Chris Jenkins from Talis, Bronwyn Evans, who's the CEO of Engineers Australia, Dig Howard, who's the CEO of Cochlear, and Roy Green, who is a special advisor to UTS.
The chair's Tony Shepherd.
And Tony Shepherd's the chair, and he was announced by the Premier at the time of the establishment.
Great, thank you.
Can I just ask you, in respect to the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner, are they going to be supported by legislation? Are they going to have a legislative remit, or
They could have the Jobs for New South Wales Act.
I don't think that's I don't think that's likely. I can't see a reason at this stage why they would need to have their role entrenched in legislation.
It's just that various commissioners have their roles entrenched in legislation and others don't. And so I'm trying to understand the spectrum of where they will fit in. So is it really just a job title, or is it actually got to have legislative function and power?
It could well evolve into legislative function and power. At this stage, I don't see that that's going to be an immediate arrangement. The task force has been asked to provide recommendations back to government within a relatively tight period. I think we've said 4 months. I would have thought, not dissimilar to the way the 24-hour Economy Commissioner has taken on a role around implementing those recommendations. Whilst this will be slightly different, industries are obviously more nuanced, you could see a similar structural pathway in this role.
Other jurisdictions have the ability, have given sort of like positions the ability of the Commissioner to interrogate government procurement, given how essential procurement now is in constructing advanced manufacturing. Is this Commissioner going to have the power, for example, to scrutinise Sydney Metro and Western Harbour Tunnel, the two biggest procurements that are coming in New South Wales in the next year, in terms of their manufacturing?
Government hasn't made that determination.
Well, the Western Harbour Tunnel procurement, the decision, the expressions of interest processes closes in 3 months. Is this modern manufacturing commissioner going to be in place at all to play a role in the Western Harbour Tunnel procurement?
I think procurement of large-scale infrastructure and then the focus of the modern manufacturing commissioner are two separate functions.
Well, it would be, except for the fact that the ability to use procurement in major infrastructure projects like Western Harbour Tunnel is how we generate manufacturing, and that is sort of the example that's been followed by Western Australia, South Australia, Victoria.
No,
I'm just trying to understand whether or not they're going to have that power or not.
I'm not ruling out legislative activity or legislative powers given to this commissioner, but at this stage my preference is to appoint the person, have the task force make its recommendations. If it makes recommendations to government that suggest the use of legislative power for the commissioner, that's something the government can consider into the future.
So we've now concluded that session this morning. It's now open to the government to take 15 minutes if they wish. Thank you very much. In which case, we've concluded this morning's session. So thank you, Minister, for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time, and everybody else. Welcome back, everybody, to this afternoon's session for this budget estimates. We do have one new witness who we do need to swear in this afternoon, if we could. If you could please state your full name, your position title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
I'm Kerry Mather, the CEO of the SCG and Venues New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome back, everybody. We will begin questions for this afternoon with the opposition.
Thank you. And thank you again to all the officials for joining us. Secretary, as is usual custom, we ordinarily at this point give you the opportunity to provide any updates from the morning, if you so wish, on any questions that were taken on notice, or any additional information or anything of the sort that arose from this morning's questioning.
Thank you, Mr Mookie. We do not have anything to update other than the questions on notice that we've already taken on notice.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Secretary. Secretary, by any chance, do you have the budget papers with you?
Not with me, no.
That's okay. I'm just going to refer for people who are following along at home at first instance, just to budget paper number 3, which is the agent, or 4, which is the agency financial statements.
Yes.
And I'm on page 511, which is the Investment New South Wales entry. At first instance, you'll see that you were the recipient, and when I say you, I mean the agency, was a recipient of $255 million worth of grants and subsidies.
Yes.
What's that for?
In terms of...
Well, I'll just read you the line item.
Yes, please.
The grant and subsidies revised in 2020-21, which, to be fair, only covered the first 3 months of the agency's operation, was $16 million. And you've then been allocated $255 million on grants and subsidies for this year. That's to your agency. Now, to be clear here, Destination New South Wales is reported separately in the budget papers, so I presume it's not them.
Yes.
So even if you were to annualise the 16 million to a year, multiply it by 4, because it was really a quarter, that would take you to somewhere near 100-ish million.
Yeah.
But it's 255, which is a huge increase. And I'd like to know what exactly is that for?
In terms of our grants programs, I
don't know whether it's for your grants programs or not, but it's not your other operating expenses and it's not your employee expenses.
Yep. Okay, thank you for the clarification. We have a number of grants programs that we administer as Investment New South Wales. Some of them are quite sizable because they're over quite a discrete period of time, such as Jobs Plus, for example, which is $250 million. We have others, CBD Revitalisation Program, for example, is $50 million. Entrepreneurship and Innovation Ecosystem, $35 million. Some of those, because they're COVID recovery style grants, are really over a 1 to 2 year period so that we can realise the benefits over a short period of time.
So on notice, can we please get that $255 million broken down by grant program?
Certainly.
Can we also get how much of that has gone out the door, given that it's all meant to be acquitted this year?
Certainly.
Do you have those numbers by any chance with you?
I have them with respect to most of the
ones you just mentioned.
Specific ones.
Do you want to go through them?
Okay. Actually, I better take it on notice because because a lot of these. So, for example, the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program actually has 5 subsections that sit under it. Some have only just been announced, such as the Westmead Innovation Fund, for example, and some have been going for a bit longer, such as the Boosting Business Innovation Program. So it's just kind of tracking which ones we've got a head start on for the year.
Do you want to give us the headline figures on the figures, and any additional detail you wish to provide on notice would be most welcome?
In terms of the money that's gone out the door, or how they're broken down in terms of dollar figure?
Well, I'm going to say both, if you don't mind, but you were rattling off a list before.
Yep, sure.
If you wish to use that as a basis, if that's comprehensive, if we can get the numbers of the money that's been allocated to the program and the money that's gone out the door at top level, and on notice any further, would be great.
Sure. So I'm focusing on 21-22 because, as we said, this is a 1 year program. So it's $35 million. Underneath it sits the Boosting Business Innovation Program. It's
Which one's
$6 million.
this?
This is, beg your pardon, the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Ecosystem Action Plan.
Yep, sure. Thank you.
Boosting Business Innovation Program at $6 million. Westmead Innovation Ecosystem Fund at $10 million.
Yep.
Tech Central Innovation Ecosystem Fund at $8 million.
Yeah.
tech vouchers at $2 million, and building partnerships at $3 million.
Give us 10 seconds. Thank you. And is that accounting for the full 255?
No, that is just one of our programs, but the reason I raised it as an example is it's a one-year program and it's an example of one that we need to deploy quickly.
Okay, but do you have the other parts of that 255 to hand?
In terms of, I have a list of all of our grants programs, so that it'll take some time to run through. I don't know if you prefer.
No, I'm looking for the ones that are specifically funded, but maybe on notice, can we get the $255 million budget allocation broken down by grant program?
Let's do it. Yep.
And can we also get it broken down by money out the door on that grant program? So how much was allocated for the year and how much has actually gone out the door?
I'll take on notice and provide as much as I absolutely can.
And to the extent to which you can provide information on the application process and like the number of people who applied, the number of successful applications, the number of rejected applications, which is relatively standard reporting, that would be useful if possible.
Yes, that's fine.
Do you mind if I ask you a couple of other questions about Investment New South Wales?
That's fine.
Firstly, how are you intending to do both jobs?
To do both jobs? Oh, me personally? So thank you for your question. Look, the way I see it, and again, this isn't uncommon in the private sector that someone has a job that, you know, a kind of dual role within the same organisation, but the mandates of the broader enterprise investment and trade cluster are very much aligned with the mandate of Investment New South Wales. So it really is about driving economic recovery for our state coming out of COVID, but then also making the most of opportunities from a kind of global perspective. The way we see it, our investment attraction and economic development entities sitting alongside some of the sectors that have been quite hard hit as a result of COVID, such as tourism and the arts, is actually a very strong mandate, and also having the agencies that have a mandate of making New South Wales a better place to live, work, study, have a career, and so on, is very much aligned with our objective to attract global investment into our state.
Okay, I think that was more the mission description of the department, yes. But how are you intending to balance the roles?
So from my perspective, again, the alignment of that is a starting point for me to be able to do both roles. And then I have a very strong leadership team across the cluster. For example, Ms. Kate Foy, who has the Group Deputy Secretary role that looks after tourism, arts and sport. And then Dr. Sarah Hill, who's looking after Western Parkland City. I'll also be appointing a CEO to look after liquor, gaming and racing. So that's the kind of main leadership across the department, and then with Investment New South Wales I already have a very strong leadership team across the agency.
So can I ask, ordinary practice is that there's a department and there's agencies within the cluster? That's correct. Yes. So I just want to concentrate on the department, not the agencies within the cluster.
Certainly.
How many, there's going to be, I presume, only one band 4, which is you, in the department?
Yes, that's right, I'm the secretary, yeah.
How many band 3s are we looking at?
Look, the way, so as of today, the department only has 2 employees, me and Kate Foy.
Fine job, you're both doing.
Yeah, we're doing well, aren't we?
As big as Whitlam's first cabinet.
Well, this is it. I mean, the cluster itself, the kind of bulk of it does sit in the 17 agencies within the cluster. Yep. The department over the top does play that coordination function. And so it's me and Kate Foy as the employees. The employees of liquor, gaming and racing that are currently sitting in Department of Customer Service are actually being transitioned into the Department of Enterprise Investment and Trade. So those employees will come in, and I would propose to appoint a CEO over that group. But really the number of this kind of senior executive leadership within the department itself is quite modest.
Well, that's as it stands now, but by June 2023, so after a full year of completion of the department's operation, like what's the size of the department going to be, distinct from the agencies?
We're still in the process of designing it as we get an idea as to what's transitioning across from other agencies, to other departments, beg your pardon. But to give you an idea, there are approximately just under, I believe, 300 people coming across from the Department of Customer Service into our department. And then, for example, we will have some level of cluster coordination functions or shared operational services sitting at department level. But I'm not proposing for that to be sizable because the majority of the agencies are already standalone in terms of their own corporate functions.
And look, to be fair here, I appreciate that, but that's not particularly unique to a department. Hence, it's what is the department distinct from the agencies. So we've established that currently there are 2 employees. Is there going to be more deputy secretaries?
In the department? Not at this point.
So Ms Foy will remain the only deputy secretary?
At this point, yes.
And what about executive directors?
Yes, and there is likely to be some need to have executive directors to lead the relevant functions. So, for example, operational functions, each section is normally headed by an executive director, such as IT or legal or so on. So, yes, I would expect there to be a number of executive directors in the
when will you get to know?
Department. 1st of April.
3 weeks away. So
that's right. These are all very live discussions, Mr Mookie.
When did you find out about the establishment of this department?
When it was announced.
Okay. And when were you approached
I was appointed on the 27th of January.
Congratulations. When were you approached to lead it?
Very close to 27th of January.
Okay.
Yep.
Were you aware that this department was going to be formed?
Yeah, the department itself was established on the 21st of December.
Yes, that's when the new ministry was announced.
Yeah.
And so, okay. Do you know how many, so we've established that there's 300 people coming across. What's going to be the total size of the department in the year's time?
I can only estimate at this point, certainly no more than, 500 people, but it might not even be that many. We're just... Sorry, there are other people coming across, not just the 300 that I referred to.
Well, it's coming across directly to the department as opposed to within their agencies that are coming to the department.
I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay. What are they going to be doing? I mean, I understand that the 300 that are transferring are performing their existing functions under the new arrangement, but who are the other people who are coming and what are they doing?
I'll need to take on notice. Some of the structures are still being formed. For example, there's a science and innovation portfolio that sits under Minister Henskins. So there's still some unresolved issues as to where some of the employees sit, whether it's within Investment New South Wales or the department. We're still resolving that.
So just on that, I did notice that the Minister failed to mention Minister Henskins as one of his ministers within the cluster this morning. Minister Henskins is just going to have the office of the Chief Scientist and Engineer, is that correct? Or is there other things going into that as well?
He has the Office of the Chief Scientist and Engineer, but he also has some other R&D and innovation style groups that sit within Investment New South Wales, such as the Innovation and Productivity Council, for example.
I was going to ask you about that. When's the last time they met?
Certainly they met in December. I'm pretty certain that was the last time.
And did they finalise the scorecards that they had, the innovation scorecards that they had previously done in 2018 and 2019, that meeting?
I don't recall it being discussed at that meeting, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Be able to tell us where the Innovation 2021 scorecard is up to and due to be, and when is it going to be published?
I'll take it on notice.
I mean, this council, so it met once was it just once last year? Are you able to, I mean, I'm happy for you to take it on notice in terms of how many times it met.
It certainly meets more frequently than that. From memory, it's quarterly, yes. Yep. So, and I have no evidence that it meets any less than that. I don't think we've missed any meetings in the last 12 months.
Okay. And so, okay, well, that's so obviously if the scorecard 2021 is outstanding, but it looks to me that the 2021 as well. Is that? Can you just you can take it on notice whether that's the idea of doing the scorecards has been no longer being pursued?
I'll take it on notice.
Just returning to questions to do with the department, have you been given a budget for the year?
No.
Okay.
Still in the process of being decided.
All right. Well, I presume you're going to get a budget for next year?
Correct.
So what money are you spending?
We're not spending...
Nothing. It's just the two of you. Okay, great. Fair enough. That's interesting. But have you been given an allocation or...?
It's still in that. So the discussion's still being had as to what funding is transferring from other departments versus any new funding that we might be seeking, which is all subject to a cabinet decision.
Of course. Okay. Fair enough. I'm going to ask specific questions about Investment New South Wales now, which are similar, if you don't mind. Only because your annual report only covered 3 months of your operation last year. And I just wanted to get some updates on the figures. Because you're in a unique position to all the other agencies in the general government sector in that you only operated for 3 months. Therefore, your annual report, which is the last available public information, only covers 3 months.
Yes.
So how many total staff are there right now in Investment New South Wales?
3, hold on. I have it marked. It is... sorry, I'm not going to take it on notice because I do know. I believe it's, there we go, beg your pardon. So full-time equivalent staff in Investment New South Wales is 461.6.
Is that including Destination New South Wales or not?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, at the time that you last reported your figures as 30 June 2021, that also included Destination New South Wales?
Yes.
So in the last 9 months, your staff has gone from 286 to 461.
I'd have to take
Reading from your annual report, page 18. Again, do you have your annual report by any chance?
No.
Again, I'm literally reading from Investment New South Wales 2020-21 annual report, page 18. Total staff 286.
Yes. I'm not sure why that number is significantly lower. That actually sounds like the number minus Destination New South Wales, so I'll need to check, please.
Okay, well, this is a report that's been filed with Parliament, so I'm presuming it's accurate, right?
Correct, it's accurate.
Okay, I don't think Destination New South Wales filed a separate annual report at the end of last year. I couldn't find one.
We do file a separate annual report, yes.
You have it with you?
I don't have it with me, no.
Can you potentially get it this afternoon, or...?
It's publicly available, I believe. I think it was finalised on the 30th of November 2021.
Why are you reporting on 30th November 2021? Did you get a special exemption from Treasury?
Yeah, there was a special exemption for 1 month later.
Okay, but your reporting date is different.
No, it's the annual report.
But everyone else reports as of 30 June 2021.
No, sorry, it reports on that 30th of June, published.
Okay, sure. Yeah. All right, well, you'll clarify whether or not it's 286 doesn't include Destination New South Wales.
I'll clarify that.
Thank you. Can we find out how many people do you have who are PSSE BAM 1 right now, Investment New South Wales?
I have a number here, which is senior executives.
Well, it's the first of the senior executive bands.
Yep. I've got 42, but... Yep, 42.
At BAM 1? And how many at BAM 2?
Yes, no, beg your pardon, 42 is all of the senior executives.
Okay, and how many at band 1, 2, and 3? You can take on notice if you need to.
I'll need to take it on notice.
The reason I mention this is the Public Sector Commissioner, to really cut to the chase, fingers Investment New South Wales as the reason why the entire SES went up. And yeah, it's in her report. The Public Service Commissioner has said that the reason why there's been a rise in the number of senior executives across the public service is predominantly explained by the decision to create Investment New South Wales. So, given that government had promised, and this is a government policy, well, you might not be in a competition to comment on it, but they actually promised to be reducing the size of the senior executives by 10% each year. It's gone the complete opposite, actually. It's gone up by about that much every year. Were you given a special exemption from the cap on senior executives in order to hire 42 of them?
No, I didn't hire 42 of them.
How many came in?
They were the senior executives that came in from other agencies. So some came across from Premier and Cabinet, some came across from Treasury, some came across from DPI at the time.
Destination New South Wales, 209.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Ms Brown.
They were transferred, as part of the machinery of government change, our staff transferred from other departments.
Okay. And have you sought advice as to whether or not, are you subject to a reduction in senior executives or not?
Nothing over and above what the other public service agencies are subject to.
Yeah, fair enough. Have you had the chance to read that report from the Public Service Commission? Which I suppose if you haven't.
No.
Fair enough. On notice, can you have a look at it and respond specifically, because they do identify Investment New South Wales explicitly as the reason why the size of the SES. How many additional positions did you hire last year to the ones you inherited?
I'll need to take it on notice, but I don't know if not many is a sufficient answer for you, so I'll take it on notice. But there was no dramatic expansion in our executive structure.
Right.
From what came in.
Okay. I mean, look, we would have asked the Public Service Commissioner, but that's now deferred. So I just would be appreciative of your position
to know. Thank
provide.
You.
Did you want to ask a few further to this? Can you ask? I just got that back.
That's fine. Thank you. I wanted to actually just examine, we identified this morning, Ms Brown, that you're going to be remaining on the board of Destination New South Wales. How, given all this coming together all of these agencies, have you actually been able to map the number of executives that sit on other boards across the cluster? It's quite an unusual situation. Do you know how many are in the same situation as you, for example?
I have not undertaken that task, but I can endeavour to do so because that is an interesting question.
I mean, you know, your role as the Deputy Secretary, then as the CEO, your roles have got to clash. I mean, I'm interested in how you're going to actually manage to be a board member of Destination New South Wales, the CEO of Investment New South Wales, and then the secretary across all of these other agencies. I mean, how do you see?
Yeah,
I mean, do you envisage that you may have to separate those out, and then might have to? I mean, I understand that maybe immediately you can't deal with that, but that may become a problem.
That's a very good question. Thank you for raising it. So I believe legislatively, under the Destination for New South Wales Act, the position on the DNSW board is actually the secretary. So it will be the secretary of Enterprise, Investment and Trade. So that is my role.
That's usually that was envisaged under different governance arrangements, not that when you're necessarily in the same cluster. I mean,
well, I believe that the Secretary of Treasury previously held that role when DNSW sat in the Treasury cluster. So it is usual that it's the cluster secretary who undertakes that function.
And you don't know whether there's going to be others who are in that situation?
Not that I can think of. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Sorry, I've got a lot of questions. I'm just trying to work out which ones I'm going to ask next. Are you just able to unpack for me the difference between the changes that have been made as a result of the Western City Aerotropolis Authority being disbanded in favour of the Western Parkland City Authority? What are the practical differences between the two organisations?
I'd like to refer that question to Dr Hill, if that's okay. Thank you, Ms Sharp.
The main difference relates to the operational area. So the Western City and Aerotropolis Authority related to the Aerotropolis, the 11,000 hectares of land around the airport. The Western Parkland City relates to the 800,000 hectares of the 8 city deal councils.
And so essentially the Aerotropolis is just sort of absorbed into that 800,000, is that right?
It is part of the Western Parkland City.
Secretary, I might just take you back to various aspects of Investment New South Wales, if that's okay, now that I've brought the document up.
Thank you.
The one on your annual report, it lists you having spent $2 million on consultants in the 3 months for which this reporting period applied. I'm on page 24.
Thank you, yep.
I'm interested specifically in 2 that are listed. The first is Newgate Communications, Strategic Communications device, $75,000. What was that for?
I'll take the detail on notice with an overarching comment that establishing the new agency required quite a bit of advice and expertise on how to establish ourselves in terms of corporate policies and the like, but then also how we were to do things like branding, and in particular what sort of branding would resonate with the global market, and how we should best approach making sure that New South Wales was differentiated and understood internationally. So again, most of the advice that we received was in that context, and communications was a big part of that.
Equally, the report here says that you paid the agency, paid $131,000 to KPMG Australia for something called Economic Advisory Services for Project Henrietta. What is Project Henrietta?
I believe there's a level of confidentiality around that, but I'll take it on notice and provide anything that I can.
What's confidential about it?
Confidential, if you know to.
Project Henrietta is.
Well, it's listed in an annual report. It's $131,000. It's gone to KPMG. What is this project?
I'll take it on notice.
Look, I appreciate that you have, but are you taking it on notice because there's a cabinet process involved in this, or because I am entitled to press for a question and answer unless you can identify a specific reason as to why?
What I will say is that many of our advisory services from the Big Four relate to very confidential commercial projects because we have a commercial division, and so I just want to take it on notice and only provide what I need to, given that it's all commercial in confidence and might relate to a private counterparty.
Look, again, under the Parliamentary Evidence Act, commercial in confidence is not a ground to not answer questions. So I appreciate you're going to take it on notice. But I'll be very clear here, it's the grounds upon which to withhold information is limited. Are you confident that this is a position which is cabinet related, or is it commercial in confidence, or?
Oh, point of order, Madam,
Yes.
Madam Chair. I mean, I know it's probably wasting my time to do it, but the reality is that the witness has repeatedly said that take it on notice. It is in the resolution of the House that a member can take a thing on notice and doesn't require to be cross-examined about why she's taking on notice. She's provided the information that she needs to check on the issues about commercial in confidence. So she's given you some information about why she takes it on notice, but she has the right to take it on notice, and I think you should move on.
Just on the point of order,
Yes.
I'm not intending to ask much more, but to be clear here, just on the point of order, we've established multiple committee proceedings that commercial in confidence is not one of the grounds upon which a witness can take on notice and decline to answer. I'm all but inviting the Secretary to say it's a cabinet process, or at least to take it on notice to check whether it's a cabinet process, which may allow us to move on. But in terms of what comes back on notice, I want to be very clear here, commercial in confidence is not a grounds.
Well, to the point of order, the witnesses, what's the document called? The entitlements, or the procedural fairness does not have conditions on taking it on notice, and you're shadowboxing with the witness to try and get her to reveal what the nature of it is, and she said she'll take it on notice.
Yeah, again, the actual procedural fairness resolution says that a witness can take it on notice if they're not in a position to provide an answer.
Correct.
And that's it.
Well, so let me rule on this. You're quite right, the witness is entitled to take it on notice. I think what Mr Mookie is doing is clarifying what is being taken on notice, not to shadowbox with the witness, but to determine what it is that we're going to get an answer to, because this committee, being we, are entitled to get this information. So perhaps the better way to do this is just to explain, so that in order to provide procedural fairness to the witness, commercial in confidence is not an appropriate reason not to answer. I do accept that you might want to take advice. So that's, you can even come back to it this afternoon if you prefer.
Thank you,
but it can't just be because you think it's commercial in confidence, if that helps.
That's very helpful, and I do understand. I'd just prefer to seek some advice. I could even come back to you after the break if I can get anything by then.
I'm not going to press it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Secretary, the other thing that's listed on this thing is that apparently in the 3-month period there were 41 engagements that were worth less than $50,000, which incidentally, for what it's worth, I'm fairly positive is a record across all of government in terms of the number of engagements that are less than $50,000 and therefore not reported. What were the 41? Can you take that on notice?
They weren't required to be disclosed.
For the purpose of the Annual Reporting Act. I'm not suggesting that the decision not to disclose it in the Annual Reporting Act was illegitimate. You're well and truly entitled not to disclose it in the Annual Reporting Act. Hence the question, what were they?
I will take it on notice, but again, Mr. Mookie, we were in the establishment phase in terms of our agencies. We were getting lots of assistance in terms of getting the right policies and procedures in place, continuing our rolling out our international network, which requires a level of international advice, both on work health and safety, international laws, IT, so on and so forth. So there was a lot that we needed, and I expect that's why it's quite disaggregated.
Can we, on notice, get a full list of the 41? The successful consultant or the consultancy that provided the service, the cost of it, as well as whether or not that particular consultancy whether it had to go to tender or not, which, to be fair, if it's less than $50,000 is unlikely that it did, but therefore how each of the consultants was selected. And I ask that because it's quite a significant amount of money, like it's a third of your bill on these type of engagements. So if you're in a position on notice to provide us that would be great.
I'll do so.
Do you want to go, John?
You keep going and then I'll
I wanted to just check. Sorry, we're jumping around a little bit. I apologise for this. This might be from Dr. Hill. I just wanted to confirm in terms of the staffing for the Western City Parkland Authority. So the Aerotropolis basically has come into the Parklands Authority, is that right?
Yes, that's
And did
right.
all of the staff do that as well?
All the staff remain the same.
And can I just confirm that there's about 55 staff at the authority?
So there's 55, as of the last financial year annual report, there was 55 permanent employees, yes.
And can I just, am I right in reading this that 22 of them are SES?
That is as of, I'm not sure what date that is.
Well, that was what was in the annual report. So
then that would be the case.
Just checking, just under half of your 55 staff are senior executive service, is that right?
Well, there's 55 employed, there's 95 in the organisation as of that annual report, and that 22 would be the case in the annual report.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the annual. I can't find the figures that I've got is that the head count of employees as at 2021 is 55, and you're saying it's 96.
So
where does the 96 come from?
Permanent employees, and then there was secondees and contractors as well.
Right, but there's 55 permanent employees, is
Correct.
that right?
Yes.
And of those, 22 are senior executive service.
Yes.
Still the case?
Yes, I believe it would be still the case. But I'm happy to check and take that on notice to verify that.
Thank you, that would be appreciated.
Fine. And in terms of your location, you're at Parramatta, aren't you?
We currently are at Parramatta, that's right.
And my understanding is that there's a plan to move further west, is that right?
Yes.
So when is the lease up in Parramatta?
It's up mid this year.
Okay. And where do you have an idea about where you're moving to, or?
We're currently negotiating through Property New South Wales a tenancy in Penrith CBD.
When will you be moving?
As soon as the building is ready to occupy.
Sorry. Works.
Okay, so you were saying you expect that you'll be moving to Penrith, and are you anticipating? So sorry, I'm just trying to get these numbers right. So you've got about 55 staff, and then you've said there's another 40 or so kind of contractors. Is that right?
As of the last annual report, that's correct.
Yeah, and they're co-located, but you're basically located together. So it's about 100. So 100 staff. Are you anticipating that to grow very much more between now and when you have to move?
It will grow in light of the growth in projects and work that we need to do. Yes, we anticipate it will grow.
How many more staff are you anticipating that you'll end up with?
That is a matter that we're currently undertaking some workforce planning around in light of the commitments that we have. So I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
Yeah, that would be good. I mean, if you can just even take me through
I suppose, where do those positions go? Where's the growth? You know, what are you picking up in terms of what you're needing to do?
In terms of projects or in terms of skill sets of staff?
Both.
Okay. So Bradfield City Centre is probably the key project that you would be aware of, and that's where Building 1 and the AMRF are. There's a very strong need for a range of skill sets in that context, obviously development, construction, but also technical skill sets in relation to advanced manufacturing, managing equipment through the AMRF. There's also a range of skills in relation to city building, everything from environmental assessments through to Aboriginal outcomes. So quite a range in the context of Bradfield City Centre. We also have a broader remit around investment attraction and commercial outcomes across the Parkland City, working closely with councils. And indeed, our relationship agreement with the councils has led to a number of strategic outcomes around blueprints and economic development roadmaps that were released at the end of last year. So it's an array of sort of city-wide strategic coordination as well as delivery in terms of Bradfield City Centre, and across all of that investment attraction consistent with the work of the broader cluster.
Thanks for that. I'm interested in how, I mean, under the new machinery of government arrangements, planning is now, there are different planning agencies across 3 or 4 different clusters. How is the work that you're doing going to work in with the other, the sort of, city of, was it the 3 cities strategy? I mean, I know it's now 6 cities because it's now regional as well. Like, how do they work in together, particularly around planning for things like transport and that kind of thing? Is there a role? What role do you play in that, and how do you see that fitting? Given I do think it's unusual that planning now sits across 4 clusters under 4 different ministers.
So it might help to say that for the avoidance of doubt, we are not a planning authority. Our role is investment attraction, delivery and coordination. So we don't have planning functions in terms of approvals or strategic planning. That still very much sits with the Greater Cities Commission and indeed the Department of Planning, as well as local government. So that remains the case. In the blueprint, we do have a diagram, though, that shows the connection between the documents we're preparing. And so, indeed, the blueprint is an example of a document that's prepared, it coordinates land use and infrastructure, or it identifies priorities for those. And really, it's the next level of detail down from the district plans. It is, however, a non-statutory document, so it's not recognised in planning legislation.
So how does, obviously, transport is the key. I mean, we're talking about this, particularly with the whole, particularly just even if you just talked about the Aerotropolis, let alone the much larger area. Where does all of this work that you're doing plug into Transport for New South Wales's planning?
That's a really important question, because our work feeds out of the transport strategy and identifying and really filling in the next level of detail from the transport strategy. But also, given the detail of knowledge that we have across the city and the work we're doing with various stakeholders, our intent is that our work also feeds into the refresh of the transport strategy. So you'll have input into where metro stations would be, where new lines are being planned? As the overarching place-based authority in the Western City, we'd hope that Transport would continue to work with us to ask us for our input.
So how do they get your input? Is there a committee that you work to? Is there a subcommittee of cabinet that you're working to? Like, where does the work that you're doing plug into the direct planning for transport, for example? Just as one example, we can talk about health, talk about a whole range of other things.
There's a number of different ways, and obviously we work closely with them, and have various meetings as we do across all agencies in government.
So are they just sort of meetings as needed? There's not actually a formal structure that you...
It depends on the nature of the situation. So in the case of Campbelltown Justice Precinct, we have a cross-government agency group. In the case of the City Deal, we have 3 levels of formal governance. So, for example, the most senior level relates to ministers and mayors of councils. The next layer relates to the head of DPC as well as the general managers. And then the next layer down, which is the coordination committee, has a number of different representatives of government agencies. And collectively they inform City Deal deliverables or other city planning matters. So there's a number of different governance layers and mechanisms that we use.
Okay, would you be able to give, I mean, you can give it to us on notice, just who is actually on that coordination committee?
Very happy to. It's public in the city deal as well, which is available on the website, but very happy to take that on notice and give you the details of that.
Can I just follow up some of those questions, Dr. Hill? Firstly, what is your current headcount?
Current headcount is over 95. I'd say it'd be in the order of 120, but it does fluctuate.
Okay, and that is in terms of FTE or the amount of people who are working?
I'd have to take the details of that on notice so that we're consistent with our terminology.
If you could, that would be great. But it's increased.
It has increased, yes.
Has the contractors bill gone down?
Yes, it has. The proportion of contractors has gone down.
Yep, sure.
The work continues, and certainly the growth of the projects means that we need to do more to deliver the city.
Indeed. Just reading from your budget, which is on page 520 of the agency financial statements on budget paper number 4, your employee-related expenses, you got an increase. Basically, your budget close to doubled from $9 million on employee-related to $17 million. I presume that is to facilitate the expansion of the staff.
And it also reflects the machinery government changes that we discussed previously.
They were reflected the year previous.
Sorry?
I think that the way in which the budget is reported is that that's reflected the year previous.
Not to my knowledge.
But maybe not.
No.
That's fair.
No.
Okay. The thing that I'm interested in is that you apparently got $36 million for grants too, grants and subsidies.
Yes.
What is that for?
That is for the livability program through the city deal.
What's that?
Very happy to share with you details of the city deal. So the livability program has been an ongoing program which is joint funded by the Commonwealth, the state and councils. It represents 28 projects that relate to livability outcomes. And there are a range of projects from water parks through to leisure recreational facilities across the 8 city deal councils.
So that $36 million has to be acquitted by the end of this year?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's been dispersed over 28 projects?
That's correct.
And look, I'm aware the city deal prescribes that. Can we get on notice the list of the projects?
I can share them with you now if you like.
If you want to table it, it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Can I just make a correction? A number of them have been completed, so that money is not across the full 28.
The wave park opened at Fairfield.
Good to know. If you wish to table whatever information you wish to table about that now, that would be helpful, Dr. Hill, and then I might pass to my colleague.
Right, thank you. Just turn to some of those questions I was asking about the broadly the Jobs for New South Wales area. So firstly, I wanted to ask about the Expert Council, which has been established on the 4th of March. Ms Brown, you announced that last Friday. Some senior people on this council, what is their job?
Thank you for your question, Mr Graham. So yes, the Investment Attraction Council is a group of, as you say, esteemed business leaders. They are going to do a bit of a mix of things. One is to advise me and Minister Ayres on opportunities for New South Wales, based particularly on global trends, for example, what they see through their business eyes as to things that we should be looking out for, where we can hone in on and generate economic benefit, what industries we should focus on, what are the global trends such as decarbonisation, how do we make the most of that, but then also to provide a slightly more focused advice on what could our pipeline look like in terms of global investment that we want to attract, things that are a bit more specific so we know what to use our network to go after.
Yeah, great, and that is certainly a level of clarity beyond what's been published to date. Are there key performance indicators or guidelines that spell that out in some more detail at the moment?
No.
No, acknowledging it's a recent announcement.
And they're unpaid, so...
Yeah. You've clarified, though, that this does provide advice not just to you but also to the Minister. How would you see that working? On what sort of basis? How regularly?
We haven't established a cadence of meetings yet, although we have met once. They're very busy people, so I won't be meeting with them, weekly or anything like that. But I would suspect that we'll have some roundtable discussions, and the Minister will attend either on an ad hoc basis or more regularly as his diary permits.
I want to put to you that they're fulfilling a similar role in some respects as the former Jobs for New South Wales board. How do you want to distinguish them from that former role?
Jobs for New South Wales was before my time, but my understanding based on the legislation is that that board has some level of approvals, or it was kind of a stronger governance, if you will, whereas this is more of an advisory function. I see them as quite distinct.
Turning to that legislation, I was asking the Minister whether or not he believes all the aspects of that legislation, this is one of the few bits of legislation that Minister Ayres has, are its requirements being fulfilled? I might ask you that same question. Do you believe that the Jobs for New South Wales Act has had its requirements met?
Yes, my understanding is that all of the requirements of that legislation have been met.
So who are the 4 members who Minister Ayres or his predecessor have appointed to the Jobs for New South Wales board?
I will need to take that on notice because, as the Minister was alluding to, Jobs for New South Wales, a lot of what it was seeking to achieve has been superseded by things like Jobs for New South Wales, our global network and so on. And so in that sense, while there is some funding that exists within it and it funds some of our entrepreneurial programs, it's not as active, as if you will, as it was for example, when it sat in New South Wales Treasury. Yeah. So there's not a lot for me to report on.
Ms. Brown, this is a legislative requirement for a body that still holds funds. That requirement is to 4 ministers. 4 members are meant to be appointed by this minister, your minister. Has that occurred?
I just need to get some legal advice on how the legislation works with respect to the whether it's a Jobs for New South Wales, it's a term for the body itself, and so how it works with respect to those board appointments that you're referring to versus just the fact that it exists and holds funds is satisfying the legislative requirement. Everything that accords with my understanding is that it is, but I'll need to seek some more advice.
Perhaps you could take on notice as you do that who the member is appointed by the Minister for Regional Development, who the nominee of the Secretary for Treasury is, if they are not serving in their own capacity, and who the nominee of the Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet is, if they're not serving in their own capacity. Turning to that, one of the requirements of the legislation is that there's an annual report for Jobs for New South Wales. There is an annual report, although it is for 1920. There's been no subsequent annual report, certainly that I'm aware of or that we're aware of. What is your understanding of the situation?
I'll need to come back to you on that. I understand that there is some, reporting requirements with respect to Jobs for New South Wales that still need to occur. We currently have our Audit and Risk Committee looking into the fund itself and what it is that we need to do to comply, so I'll come back to you.
Okay, again, I'll put to you, this is one of the few pieces of legislation your minister has, and it appears it's just not reporting since 1920. You've talked about the fund.
Sorry, John, can I just ask one follow-up on that? When you say Audit and Risk Committee is looking into it, which Audit and Risk Committee?
Investment New South Wales has an Audit and Risk Committee.
What power does that Audit Committee have over this fund?
It is providing advice to the CEO as to whether or not there's anything we should be doing in addition to manage our risk across our portfolio.
Yeah, but no, they are constituted with specific powers, so that's fine if it's effectively operating off the authority that's been delegated, which I guess is your answer, yeah.
Turning to the fund, which you've mentioned, does that fund, the Jobs for New South Wales Fund, still exist? It was meant to be established as a special deposit account with that title.
The fund does still exist, and it funds particular programs within Investment New South Wales, including the Minimum Viable Products Grant.
Yes, correct.
And some functions that relate to the startup hubs.
Yeah, just those two though. The other functions have collapsed. How much, what is the balance of the account of the Jobs for New South Wales Fund?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Turning to the annual report. So this is the annual report 2019-20, which, as I say, I believe is the most recent one. This does outline the Go New South Wales Equity Fund, and indicates that that was where I drew the report on page 9. It refers to the 100 jobs that were created as a result of investments from the equity fund in its first 2 years of operation. When this was announced on the 17th of October 2017, this is what the government said. The capital, this was Mr Barilaro at the time, the capital funding invested into the companies could create up to 2,500 new jobs. He goes on, and then he says a further 2,400 jobs could be created by 2025 through recycled funds. So that's a total of 4,900 jobs. The annual report says 100 jobs were created as a result of this fund. It also goes on to say that was well ahead of schedule. I quote, well ahead of schedule. How is this well ahead of schedule, given it's a fraction of the jobs that John Barilaro was promising?
I believe the question was asked to my minister this morning and he answered it. I don't have anything to add because this fund predated the existence or me taking on this responsibility. So, but yes, the 100 jobs figure accords with what I have.
Well, I'm asking about the most recent annual report for a fund which is in your agency, and I'm hoping to understand how this is factually accurate, that creating 100 jobs is well ahead of schedule.
I don't have anything to add in addition to what the minister said this morning.
Would you perhaps like to take that on notice?
I can take it on notice and see if there's anything else I can provide.
Yeah, well, I think that'd be helpful, and if you were able to, I'm happy to, I might table those documents.
Okay.
And I would, if you're happy to take on notice, and I didn't put this question, this specifically to the minister, given the time,
sure.
Which is why I want to put it to you, and I would like a response. How is it that the government is claiming, how is it this fund is claiming to the Parliament that it's well ahead of schedule on its job claims, given these two documents?
Thank you. I'll take it on notice.
I might just follow up on that line of questioning, if you don't mind, Secretary. Did the Jobs for New South Wales Fund enter into any agreements with Treasury last year?
With Treasury?
Yeah.
I'll have to take it on notice.
When did it actually cease functioning, to the best of your recollection?
Well, it hasn't ceased functioning. It's
or as in, when did it close, I think is the term we're using.
No, close, if I said the word close, I don't think that's quite right because, yeah, I mean, it still has funds within it and those funds are being deployed.
Did it get any inflows last year?
Did it get, sorry?
Inflow, funding inflow.
Not that I'm aware, but I'll take that on notice.
But you're not aware of any related transaction with Treasury?
No, I mean, the only thing that would have occurred last year is that it transferred from Treasury to the Premier and Cabinet cluster when it came across from Treasury into Investment New South Wales.
So the Treasury annual report reports this in their related party disclosures in the back of their financial statements. It says that they had a related party entity, well, certainly a transaction that required disclosure with the Jobs for New South Wales Fund. This is what they describe. I'm reading it. Again, if people want to follow at home, it's the Treasury annual report, page 94. It's Jobs for New South Wales Fund dash to support ongoing obligations to create jobs in New South Wales, $18.5 million. Do you know what that means?
No, although I don't know whether or not the transfer of the funding that remained within Jobs for New South Wales from Treasury to Premier and Cabinet had to be disclosed as a related party transaction or not, but that is the only transaction that I can think of as in between.
Well, look, to be fair, right, like, I mean, the other one they do list is Western Parkland City Authority, which they're very clear was the grant to fund the agency. Yeah. They're very, very explicit about that, which is why this one raises additional questions, because if they're quite thorough in describing. They say that they gave Destination New South Wales $110 million grants, which is reflected in Destination New South Wales' annual reports. But we don't know what this $18.5 million as to whether it's new money that got put into the fund. Are you in a position to shed any light?
I have no knowledge of the fund being recapitalised, so I would expect that it is simply the transferring funds from one department to another.
Okay, is Jobs for New South Wales paying staffing and administration costs?
I'll take it on notice.
Well, it says here that apparently Jobs for New South Wales was charged $3.3 million for the recruitment of staffing and administration costs. So who's staffing?
In which financial year? In this one?
In the financial year 2020, 2021.
Correct.
So whose staffing costs and administration costs is Jobs for New South Wales paying?
I'll need to confirm, but it might be in relation to the funding of the Startup Hub.
Okay, will you take that on notice?
Yes, that's fine.
And can I just underscore, if that is the case, that there's expenditure in the 2021 financial year, the fact that you're not reporting starts to become a major problem.
Very clear. There is expenditure. It's been disclosed in the Treasury. It's just that we don't know what it is because there's no annual report, despite a legislative obligation to file one.
I understand.
Can I also ask, in that respect, in respect to the Jobs for New South Wales Fund, does it still own assets?
Is the Jobs for New South Wales? I'll need to take that on notice.
Because it had shares in various entities, according to the last financial report, and I want to know what's happened to those shares, some of which was quite significant, right, in terms of whether or not it still is the legal owner of... One of them was, I think, a 10% interest in a quantum computing company. Is it still got that or not?
I'm happy to provide a list of assets and functions that sit within Jobs for New South Wales.
Well, I'm actually specifically interested in what they own, as in whether they have any ownership of their equity assets in any organisation. Because there was a few, right? Like we had to Go New South Wales, which we exited as well, but there were other residual ones, which I want to know equally how they're going, right? Like, are they making money? Are they not making money? Yeah. If any detail would be useful. Back to you, John.
Great. So just staying on the fund, the Jobs for New South Wales Fund, I just want to ask these questions. The annual report, and reminding you this is the 1920 annual report, recaps that the Jobs for New South Wales Fund has an allocation of $190 million, its original allocation. It indicates that at 30 June 2020, Jobs for New South Wales had committed $156.2 million to job creation investment opportunities. My question is, what has happened to the rest of the money as at that time, 30 June 2020?
Jim, I'll need to take it on notice because Investment New South Wales didn't exist. So a lot of this is prior to my time.
Yeah, no, understood.
And like I said, since I've taken it over, it really is just funding a very small handful of programs.
Yeah, and then could you... I'm happy if you... That's what I need to...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just noticing there is quite a heavy deluge around Sydney. We've got quite a few people at the table. With the Chair's permission, if there are questions for other members, we're more than happy to stay, but if there are not, I wouldn't mind relieving my colleagues if there are no questions.
No, that's a sensible...
Look, Chair, it was the opposition's intention to try to conclude the entire session by 3:30, and it'll excuse everybody.
It's the time for the break, the scheduled break.
Yeah,
so if
fine.
people can...
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah. It's a entirely legitimate question, but that was our intention, or if we think we have 5 or 10 minutes, was to give the witnesses the opportunity to skip the break and finish it by 3:45. Yeah. That's our intention. So
but we'd be happy to do that. But it was only there's so many of us, and if there was one or two that
perfectly reasonable request.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
It's unlikely that Mr. Cox will have questions, but Infrastructure New South Wales will definitely get a few, and Office of Sport will get some too. But we don't wish to detain Mr. Cox.
I don't have anything for venues either.
I'm across the city, so I'm happy to stay.
So you're otherwise welcome to go, but otherwise we break at 3:30. And
we're planning on letting you go at 3:30.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry to bother.
I think it's a very sensible question.
Yeah.
We're also happy to talk faster, if that's helpful. So I'm very open
I
to
noticed with that.
Okay, so on the Jobs for New South Wales Fund, I've given Ms Brown an answer in relation to 30 June 2020. Could you, or if there has been expenditure, as outlined, could you give us an update on notice about what the balance of the fund was at 30 June 2021 and in the same terms, so of that 190 million, how much has been expended, where is the money at that point, at that second date?
Provide that.
Right. Yep.
Ms. Secretary, to the best of your knowledge, this is a special deposit account, is it not?
Yes.
Jobs for New South Wales?
I believe so.
And have you taken advice as to whether or not it's complying with the Government Finance Sector Act when it comes to reporting of special deposit accounts?
Everything that accords with my understanding is that it complies with all legislative obligations, yes.
Well, because, see, the one that it doesn't seem to comply with is not listed. And to be fair, right, I'm not sure, the question, this might be the fault of Treasury, but I want to know whether or not your department or Investment New South Wales has been providing them the inputs required for them to report. But under the Act, all special deposit accounts have to be listed in the Treasury report. And I'm looking at the Treasury financial reports, and every other, to the best of my knowledge, SDA is there except for Jobs for New South Wales. It's not reported at all as an administrative item in the Treasury, which is where usually we get the disclosure of the balances according to all of them, which is the legislative requirement, or at least that's my understanding. Were you providing that information to Treasury as to its balances for the purposes or not?
We're providing all information that we're required to, yes. But if you'd like me to provide a more detailed answer as to that anomaly.
Yeah, and look, just on notice, if you can provide a specific response to the question as to why the Jobs for New South Wales is not listed as a special deposit account.
Given it's required,
given it's required
to be one.
Yeah,
I can do that.
In the why it's not listed in the, to be very specific, page 79 and 80 of the Treasury financial statements. And I just accept it might not be the issues to do with the agency. It might just be the way Treasury has reported it. But I think you probably therefore need to say that before we can then take it up with them.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's it, John, from me. Do you want to
Okay. I'm turning now to the programs that were in operation, and you've talked about two of those out of the Jobs for New South Wales Fund. That is the MVP and Building Partnership grants.
That's right.
And secondly, obviously, the Sydney Startup Hub is operating. The annual report, though, does show these funds closing, which I think we agree on: regional solutions, incubator grants, legacy programs, local innovation network, multinational corporations, accelerating growth loans, regional growth loans, strategic growth loans, loan guarantees. We've talked about the fact that the Go New South Wales Equity Fund is exited. All these programs, part of the high hopes for Jobs for New South Wales, are closed. What about these programs, though, which are not you haven't referred to as operating, but they're not indicated as closed here. So I wanted to ask
Might still be operating if you just call them out.
So the Regional Investment Attraction Fund.
Yep, that's still current.
Yeah. Tech Central is obviously still current. There was a significant amount of funding. Space Industry Development Strategy.
Same.
Global New South Wales Activation. Yeah, and all the others are closed.
Yeah, we also have the Western Sydney Investment Attraction Fund.
Right.
And the Cyber Security Industry Placement Program.
Well, why aren't they listed in this annual report?
When were they created?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, turning to my colleague's question, when were they created?
When were those two programs created?
So the Western Sydney Investment Attraction Fund, is that the one you're referring to, or the space?
Well, there's two. There's a cyber one you mentioned, and
Yep. So these were created under the industry development strategies for each of those sectors. There's a space sector. We've released the relevant strategy that lists the programs underneath it, and same for cyber security.
When?
So when were they released?
When were they created, these specific funds?
I don't know the date of creation. I just know they
really
fund.
We're asking, is it because they were created after the 30th of June 2020 that the reason they're not reported on?
I would say that's very likely because those strategies weren't released until, in the last 12
Raising the question,
months. Yeah.
where are you reporting? How is this money being spent? If there's not an annual report because this has been closed.
Yes, it would need to be covered in an annual report.
And can I turn to the specifics of the Go New South Wales Equity Fund, where in 1920 the spend, and this is as the fund is being exited on the 4th of May that year, is $680,000. What was that money spent on?
Which date, sorry?
So on the 4th of May 2020, I think we agree that the Go New South Wales Equity Fund was exited.
That's right.
I'll ask some questions about that in a minute. In that financial year, 1920, the actual spend is listed in the annual report as $680,000. What is that money spent on?
I'll take that on notice. That was before my time.
Okay. The fourth, so the fund was exited. These essentially the equity holding was sold. Was that sold to First State Super?
The details of the exit process is something, again, I don't want to venture too far into without knowledge, because it was all of this, this is all before my time, so I prefer to provide separate information.
Take that on notice, yeah. I do want to press the question I had a brief moment to mention with the Minister, but this is referred to as, the government's made the argument, we made a profit on this, there was a $900,000 valuation.
Yeah.
Did we make a $900,000 profit on this? Do you have any other information that you could shed light on that question?
Just that it was based on the valuation as at the exit date.
Yeah, so the valuation was relevant. Did it determine the sale price though? Did we sell it at the valuation, or can you give me that guarantee at least?
No, all I can tell you is what the valuation was.
Yeah, and if we spent $680,000, noting that if we, my view that this is less than a 5% return and we've sold at the bottom of the market, I won't ask you to comment on those views, the Minister did. Do we have to take the $680,000 that we spent in 1920 off the $900,000, in which case we've got almost no return at all? If you could take that on notice.
Before my time, so I'll take it on notice.
Understood. Okay, thank you for that. So I think that is I think they're the set of questions in relation to that.
I might then direct questions through you, Secretary to Infrastructure New South Wales, if that's possible.
Of course.
Mr. Draper, good to see you. What exactly is Infrastructure New South Wales' role in West Invest?
Infrastructure New South Wales doesn't really have a formal role in West Invest. I personally sit on the steering committee, as the Minister mentioned this morning, for WestConnex. But
you're in your individual capacity, or you're representing your agency? Or
as the CEO of Infrastructure New South Wales, that's why I was appointed to it. But we don't have a role, as you described with Restart this morning. We don't have a legislative role in West Invest.
Okay, so the steering committee was announced last week. When did you find out about it?
About the steering committee?
Yep.
I don't know the exact date. It would probably be in January, I'd say.
Fair enough. And what's the remit of the steering committee?
Steering committees advise the Treasurer on a number of factors, including the parameters, the guidelines for the fund, and as the fund progresses, the steering committee will also review specific proposals for advice to the Treasurer.
When you refer to this as a fund, just to be very clear legally, what are you talking about?
Yeah, whether it's held in a separate account or that sort of thing.
No, it's an open question. What is it?
It's an allocation of an amount designed for a specific purpose. If you've got questions about the legal status of it, you're probably better off asking Treasury, because they already administer the fund.
Okay.
For one of a better term.
But when you're using the term fund, you're referring to projects that might have the label West Invest attached to it. Correct?
Yes, they're where they're getting funding allocated to them through the process used by that fund. Yeah.
I think the Minister referred to it this morning as an appropriation. So can we refer to it as appropriation, or is that a better way of describing it?
I couldn't advise you on that. I think they're better off asking Treasury.
Okay. What do you know when, is the steering committee required to finalise the guidelines?
Yes, there is a timetable for that. I haven't brought that with me today, but there's a timetable over the next few months, so that the whole program, I think, is intended to be rolled out over the next 6 months, as you said this morning.
To be fair, that's sort of inconsistent with some of the public language. One of the funds is meant to be the assessment process for the community component, which is $2 billion is meant to, but there's not actually stated about the $3 billion. Do you know when the $3 billion is meant to be quitted?
I think $3 billion in part will be managed through the state budget process.
Okay. And just to be clear here, some of this is capital, some of this is recurrent. Do you know the difference between how much is meant to be capital and how much is meant to be recurrent?
I don't believe there's any allocation between them. I mean, the intention of the fund is to allocate money to new projects and new assets, not to maintenance, is my understanding.
Well, the half-year budget review says that there's a capital component and there's a recurrent component, and it's not clear as to how much, and that was a half-year budget review that was published 16 December. Have you been advised in your membership as a steering committee as to whether or not you're assessing the recurrent, capital, both?
We'll be required to make recommendations on any proposals that go up to the Treasurer for funding, but the intention of the fund is to fund new assets and new services, not for maintenance of existing services.
Okay. Some of what's been described as permissible under this fund is school modernisation and the like. That's actually one of the major categories. Is it the case that is this new money being brought forward? Is this projects that did not succeed through other application processes that are now coming to Westinvest? Like, how does this component that is Westinvest relate to the broader school infrastructure budget? Do you know?
I think the best way to answer that is that in a general sense that all of the funding that will be allocated through the fund is intended to be additional to existing programs.
Okay. Presumably the capital components of these projects are going to need to be registered with Infrastructure New South Wales if they're above 10 million?
Yeah, that's correct. If they're above a certain size, they'll have to go through the assurance process.
Have any of them been registered so far?
No. Sorry, I should say not that I'm aware of, because we haven't got that far in the process. There may be people may have notified our assurance area of an intention to do a project, and that may end up being funded through the program, but I'm not aware of any at the moment.
Can you on notice find out whether or not any have been notified and or registered?
Certainly.
Thank you. It's separately notified and or registered, so the two steps.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Do you, in terms of the question, I was asking questions this morning about how the approval process or the advisory process that we now call it, I guess it's an advisory process, is there the ability for ministers to retain discretion? Has that been explained to you or not?
Well, we make recommendations to the Treasurer. The steering committee makes recommendations to the Treasurer. So clearly we make recommendations to the Treasurer. It's up to executive government to accept or not accept or amend recommendations that come up from the public service, including from the steering committee.
Your steering committee got a terms of reference?
Yes.
Can you on notice provide it to us?
Yes, I'll probably refer that or seek I guess consent from the Department of Premier and Cabinet who've got governance of that. But yeah, I'll follow that up and come back on notice.
Okay, well, feel free to tell them, don't let them tell you what to do.
We'll try.
But in respect to the specific, insofar as your terms of reference, do they allow the ability, it makes it quite clear that you're acting in an advisory capacity?
Yeah, it's a capacity to advise, make recommendations to the Treasurer, correct.
And what happens after the projects are gone? Do you have a supervisory capacity in terms of the efficiency of spend?
I'll check that on notice for you. I don't believe there's an ongoing monitoring process for each of those projects. But until, I would say, there's usually a funding deed entered into, and so to the extent that the project is only funded as it's completed, there'll be a supervisory role through that period.
So I'm interested in the interaction between the Infrastructure Investor Assurance Framework and Westinvest. So under the IIAF, if we're happy to call it that,
yeah, sure.
For Hansard purposes more than else, you're required to risk rate every project, are you not? Over 10 million?
Yeah, yes. I mean, as I know you're familiar with this, but different tiers, we have different degrees of granularity and frequency of doing that, yes.
Okay, so with Westinvest, are these projects likely to be risk rated by Infrastructure New South Wales prior to the funding decision or after?
Depending on the scale of them, they'll go through the normal assurance process. We would normally rate a project if it met the criteria for getting into a tier 1 or tier 2. We'd normally be doing that all the way through the process, including during the business case process.
Okay. I was wanting to ask you, not too many more questions about this, but has it been explained to you, well, firstly, has the steering committee met?
Yes.
When did it meet?
When does it meet?
When did it meet?
I haven't got all the dates, but it's met, I think, at least 3 or 4 times.
And how many meetings are scheduled between now and September?
There is a schedule of meetings. I don't have those with me, but it's a pretty regular series of meetings, correct.
Thank you. Do you mind getting it on notice?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And insofar as your terms of reference or any other explanation that's been given to you, are you meant to be applying a BCR perspective or not?
That's not explicit, I don't think, in the terms of reference that we have as a committee, but the guidelines for the program itself are still being developed, and that may come through in those guidelines. different elements of the fund.
But do you have any idea what criteria you're meant to apply as a member of the steering committee for projects that are coming out of this fund?
Yes, we do.
What are they?
I'll have to take that on notice because I haven't brought that document with me, but there's certainly criteria been given for the project. As an example, one I gave you earlier is that the intention is that it's for projects which are additional to the existing portfolio of assets, that it's not for maintenance. So there's a series of things, and then there's the intention of the types of assets, as you described earlier, that they might go into.
I'll pass my colleague.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to turn to a range of nighttime economy issues, essentially some of the similar ones that I canvassed with the Minister, and just step through a couple of those just for some additional information. The first of those was that idea of a $250 minimum fee for musicians for government subsidised events. So I was interested firstly to know, so this issue has been raised with government. Have there been any discussions or any background that you can provide about this concept?
Not that I've been party to, no.
Yep. And is there, is there any objection to this in principle that you're aware of?
Look, Mr. Graham, I haven't been in any discussions on this topic.
Yeah, no, thank you. Oh, sorry, I was distracted by the
movement over there.
That's right. But you do accept that this has been raised in correspondence with both the former Arts Minister and also with your Minister, Minister Ayres.
Where he is.
If it's correspondence between the ministers,
Well, I'll put to you
I'm
that's
not privy
been
to
raised
it.
directly.
Thank you.
I might really turn to Destination New South Wales at that point. Why can't we make sure that artists or musicians are getting a small amount when you're funding public events to the tunes of sometimes millions of dollars?
Our position is not to do with salaries and payments with relation to those artists. We support events based upon the visitor economy return. We do an economic assessment on what we expect the visitor economy to return to be, and then support the events accordingly.
Yeah. So you're concerned about the impact on the New South Wales economy as a whole, but if the musician walks out of the venue with nothing in their pocket, that's not a concern for Destination New South Wales.
No, that's not the case. But we're not. It's not in our legislative body to, dictate the payments of salaries to musicians.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be a legislative requirement. Is it a policy that you might apply? Is it a guideline that you would consider implementing?
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Hahn.
That is an outstanding point of order.
It is indeed, and I will uphold it.
It was a nice try, though.
Try to slip it past us.
No, but I think you're really indicating this isn't a consideration to date. You'd really need the government to indicate this was important to them as a matter of policy to act on that. Is that fair, Mr. Cox?
Policy matter for the government, then?
If I may say that matters around arts and performances are not exclusively the domain of Destination New South Wales. I suggest also the policy question be directed to Minister Franklin, who is hearing next week.
Yep.
And I'm sure we'd be happy as part of that to come back with some further information. But suffice to say, and if I can acknowledge my former minister, the level of investment in arts and culture is significant, and particularly during COVID, some well over $250 million of support, and I'm sure that would have gone into the pockets of many artists. The re-emergence of the arts sector and the performing arts sector, particularly over the last couple of months, has seen investment and jobs recovery in arts and those associated industries come back.
Thank you for that
strength.
answer, Ms. Foy. I'm conscious of the time only, but I know I do want to assure you I was coming to you on that question next.
Sure.
But I think that underlines partly the answer here, though, which is this is an opportunity given the significant funding that's flowing.
And look, ideas come from everywhere, and I'll take it to have a look at any correspondence that's come in and give it its due regard.
I want to turn to the nighttime economy strategy, or I think the government was referring to it as the 24-hour economy strategy. I asked the Minister about this at the last estimates and asked, rather than go through a detailed item by item run through, Secretary, of this, rather than take all of our time, I simply asked that could we get an indication of progress on each of the actions? That did not occur. The answer I got back was a gentle womble through some good things that have happened, but did not indicate where we're up to. So I certainly don't want to detain your officials, but I do think it's reasonable to ask for each of the actions in this strategy, can we get an indication about whether it's complete, whether it's in progress, whether it's yet to start, the sort of traffic light analysis that will be the basis for any departmental look at this. So if you're happy to take that on notice, I'm relatively happy to leave that
That's great. I mean, the only comment I'll make is that 35 out of the 39 actions are in progress. So that's the kind of high-level number. But of course, we have the information within our own agency as to where everything's up to. So we'll provide something back to you.
Yeah. So perhaps if you could give that high-level analysis and just some indication on each of those actions about what has been taken, I'm happy to leave that in your hands and see what you come back with. I did want to ask you, though, about some of the measurement framework for that, just in a little bit more detail, and this is contained on page 69 of the strategy. So it runs through some of the things that we might measure: social measures, economic measures, cultural measures. Can you give us any indication about where some of these indicators are up to? Have they actually been developed? I might give you an example or a couple of examples. To measure the social measures, key indicators are a participant demographic study, a nighttime economy satisfaction score, sentiment analysis, and sensibly a examination of what I assume are the boxar figures on alcohol and drug-related violence and crime. Have those measures been developed at all? Are you measuring them? Do we have any indication?
I think each of those measures are at varying stages of maturity, as insofar as what I have visibility of. Again, at the Secretary level, the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner sits in Investment New South Wales and is supported by a small team of people. So what I can do is request an update as to the status of each of those and provide it to you.
Yeah, so it's each of those key indicators, and there's perhaps 12 of them. If you're able to be clear, have they been developed? What is the measure? And then what is the measure, and then what is the result in that measure at the moment as a baseline? I might just ask specifically, the economic measures are particularly interesting. The number of core nighttime economy businesses and non-core or supporting businesses are operating between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. Do we know that in New South Wales?
Yes, we would absolutely have a data point on that, which I can provide. I mean, obviously, all of this has been impacted very much so due to the pandemic, particularly the restrictions that we've ebbed and flowed on. So, yes, I think it's obviously varied quite extensively since the strategy was launched. We are doing everything to kind of double down on not only recovering the sector, but then enabling it to flourish, if you will.
Why don't we report that, though, Secretary? If we know that, why don't we report it?
Look, I'm across all of our portfolio and the various offices and agencies that sit within it. I think it was actually Ms Sharp that suggested this to me a couple of estimates ago. I want to see what indicators we actually can be kind of loud and proud about and report on, everything from the Senior Trade Investment Commissioners and our economic data through to this. So I'll very much take that as feedback and see what it is that we should be putting out there as an agency.
Good. No, and I appreciate that answer. And I might put a strong view to you, just in relation to this, just again by way of feedback. This is, well, let me put this view to you. Those numbers are collected in public research by the capital city mayors.
Yes.
They've reported on that for a number of occasions over a number of years. It's been very valuable research. It's being done by local government, whereas the state government doesn't seem to have the first clue about what's going on by way of its published research. That's how it feels from the outside. I mean, it may be different.
I think it is different on the inside, Mr. Graham. I mean, all of our work is very data informed, and we have open data policies, and every agency that has access to data collaborates. We have it's kind of centralised, and a lot of the kind of policy recommendations that we make are data informed. So I would expect we have access to some fantastic stuff that we'd be able to share.
So perhaps on notice, if you're happy to respond, you've already agreed to respond on these measures, but if you're able to separately on notice respond to this question, what other data are you bringing to the table as you measure this challenge for the nighttime economy generally, for the nighttime economy under COVID? What does the state government know, and what are you prepared to? And separately, secondly, what are you prepared to publish down the track?
Yes, thank you. I'll take that away, and I agree.
Thank you. The other answer on notice that I was upset about last time, and so I'll raise with you this time, was the issue. Was the issue that I have put back to the Minister, and that is about the nighttime economy poem contained in the nighttime economy strategy. This is page 11 of the strategy, and someone was paid to complete this poem. I am conscious, Ms Foy, of the time, so I'm not going to read the whole poem, although I was very tempted to. I'm definitely going to read it all in the Parliament. If I don't get an answer to this reasonable question, which is, who wrote this? How much did it cost? How much did the strategy cost? So I'm hoping for answers to each of those three questions, but I'm happy for you to take them on notice today.
So the strategy was released in September 2020. So that, as you say, that was when it was part of the Treasury cluster. So I'll have to take the question away, and I understand the frustration.
Yep. Great. Thank you.
Just before we move on to the next set of questions, can we just talk logistics for a second? Because everyone's got some interest in getting out of here early with the weather warnings. So we are scheduled to have a break at 3:30, which is part of our sessional orders. There are probably a couple of people that we can excuse at this point, but what we're proposing to do is skip the break, keep the committee going for another 15 minutes, maximum to 4, and then finish. So 3:45. So we're supposed to finish at, we're supposed to be back at 3:45 instead of 3:45. We'll just check that now.
Take the break.
3:30 now through to 3:45.
Yeah, 3:45.
Well, then on that basis, we can excuse some witnesses now and then recall the session, because it's likely that we are finishing by 4. But if it's the case that the government wants to, well, we're likely to go to 4 on the basis of opposition, but certainly not with all the witnesses. So it's really a matter of if you want to take the break, we take the break. And then we can excuse some witnesses now who don't return until after the break, and then the others who are likely to face even 1 or 2 questions will have to come back, and then we can excuse them as soon as we're done.
If we don't take the break, we'll go to 4:15.
No, not 4:15.
If we do take the break, we'll go to 4:15. Well, the government's 15 minutes option that things go.
We're happy to take a break.
Well, if we take the break, we're just in the normal standing orders.
We're not trying to be difficult.
And let me put this in the reverse, because if there are people that can be excused, let's do that at the very least. So
definitely excuse
Ms Mather, Mr Cox, and Mr Draper.
So you're welcome to make a run for it. Thank you very much for your attendance today, and I'll just say any questions that were taken on notice, you'll be contacted by the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
If we go through the break, can we aim for 3:45?
We will definitely need another 30 minutes, but certainly not with, and most of the witnesses will be required are Ms Brown and Ms Bell, to be fair. So it's 2. Ms Jones, I think Ms Dr Hill will only have 1 or 2 left. But
we'll go through to 4 then.
Yeah.
In which case, okay, because I thought we were going to go to a deliberative. So
no, we'll just press on.
So, but let's agree so that it's nice and clear for everybody. So the idea is no break, because that's what part of the standing orders.
I'm totally fine. If we've got till 4, I'm certain we'll be done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And we reserve the 15 if we don't.
Yeah. Of course, that's still available if you want it. Yeah, of course.
Yes.
But there are serious weather conditions outside.
Yeah, no, we know. I've got
beaches.
No, it's all right. We've got the bomb on. We know.
Yeah. And yes, with reserve time.
And David didn't do it this time.
Hey, mate. Not this time.
So if everyone's comfortable with that, we'll continue with questions.
Very quickly.
Yep.
Right, okay, I've got some sport questions. So, Ms Jones, I think these
Karen,
are...
it's your turn.
Ms Jones, I think you're up.
Yeah, my apologies.
These are not a lot of questions, you'll be pleased to know, so just a few.
Great.
I wanted to get an update from you, please, on with the closure of the Myuna Bay Sport and Rec Centre, previous Acting Sports Minister Lee said that there would be compensation paid to the Water Ski Club and Morisset Rotary Club, which were impacted by the closure in 2019. Can you give the committee an update about what the status of the compensation to those two organisations is?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the question. So in terms of the Rotary Club, my understanding is that they've actually not received any sort of monetary compensation, but they've been found alternate accommodation courtesy of Origin Energy. In terms of the Water Ski Club, I'm in contact with Peter Atkinson from the Water Ski Club as recent as last week, looking at an alternate location for them as well. Obviously, their preference is to remain at Whitehead Lagoon because it does actually provide good water for them to carry out their activities, and they have tried a number of other locations within the region. However, they have not yet settled on an alternate location, so I'm still in conversations with them.
And so, just to be clear, it's not going to be possible for them to stay at that location given the risk assessment on the ash dam, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. My understanding is there was, when the centre was closed, there was about 30 teachers and staff members. There were some transition arrangements, I believe, in place for the staff in terms of them being relocated and those kind of, or employed again within the Office of Sport. Are you able to give me an update on what happened to those 30 staff?
Yeah, so 30 is incorrect. In terms of Office of Sport staff, we had 15 that were actually directly impacted as a result of the closure of Myuna Bay.
But there were more staff than the 15 were just the Office of Sport. Were there more staff in terms of head count altogether? Was there 30 or?
There were some casuals, and that at that time we operated a casual pool, and so those casuals could be redeployed at our other locations.
Yeah, but do you know whether they were?
Beg your pardon?
They could have been. Do you know whether they actually were?
Yeah, they were.
Yep,
they absolutely
great.
were.
So they've been. So the casuals are redeployed. So the 15 full-time staff.
They were actually given one of three options. They could have either taken a redundancy, they could have been retrained within the Office of Sport functions, or they could have been redeployed. Of the 15, 9 actually decided to take a redundancy, and the remaining 6 are working at our other centres.
Great, thank you very much for that. And I just wanted to say, my understanding is that Origin, so there's a new site that's been announced, is that correct? It's the old Morrison Hospital land site?
Yes, that's right.
And what is the expectation? And Origin have indicated they'll rebuild that. What do you expect to be built on that?
So it is, we're calling it at the moment the Lake Macquarie Sports Centre. We are looking at regional sporting facilities that can not only be used by the Office of Sport in terms of running our programs, but also be more broadly available to the general public.
So is it still the expectation that, so that sports fields, indoor sports hall, pool, bike and walking trails is what's been talked about previously. Is that still part of the plan?
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Just to be clear, Chair, we don't have anything further for Ms Foy, but she's welcome to stay.
If I can, I wouldn't mind as
Your discretion.
the friend of the people.
Masochist.
Just wants to check that we're not misbehaving.
No, thank you. No, I've made sure the kids are safe, so I'm good.
I think it's fair to say that Ms Jones, we've got nothing further for. So it's at Ms Jones's discretion as to whether she stays or goes.
I will take the opportunity. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
And we will do our best to get Dr Hill released as well. But Dr Hill, can I ask you firstly to follow up a question that was taken on notice last time? We were talking, if you recall, about Commonwealth land that the authority has acquired, and specifically its contamination. And I asked you what is the extent of contamination, and on response it was told that detailed site investigations will determine the nature and extent of any contamination. Where are we up to with the detailed site investigation?
We're currently undertaking detailed site investigation.
Who is undertaking it?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
When will it be completed?
Shortly, but exact details I'd have to take on notice.
Okay. Separate to that, have you been advised that the land has PFAS on it?
I understand there's very low levels, and it's not certain as to where the source of that may be, whether it's on-site or off-site.
Is that the principal contamination that we are investigating?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
What else do you think could be there? Have you been advised as to what else is there?
No, I'd have to, just to avoid any confusion, take that on notice.
Okay. In respect to the acquisition, we've established previously that the Commonwealth discounted the sale. Well, let me put it this way. Did the Commonwealth discount the sale process and sale price in exchange for the authority accepting the land as is?
Consistent with my earlier answer, the Commonwealth did take that into consideration in negotiating the sale value.
Yes, so we did discount the sound value to account for the contamination.
Taken into consideration, yes.
At the time that we acquired the land, did we have an estimate as to what the contamination was?
We had some estimates, we had some assessments undertaken, and the Commonwealth had undertaken some assessments as well.
So at the time, did we quantify the liability as to what we thought the contamination cost would cost for us to clean up?
We had estimates, and so did the Commonwealth.
And what were the estimates for New South Wales?
I'd need to take that on notice.
I think you did before. Do we have any further information?
At the moment, as I said, we're still undertaking detailed assessments.
Well, given that there's previous land that's been acquired by other agencies that have resulted in us having to pay $100 million contamination cleanup costs, like what's the liability we're looking for?
Consistent with my earlier answer, any assessment that has been undertaken either by us or the Commonwealth shows very low levels, and certainly below reportable levels.
Sure. What impact is this going to have on construction?
Well, as part of any construction process, we're undertaking a range of assessments and due diligence, and we will factor that into any work that we're doing. But at the moment, very low levels, so we are continuing as planned.
I think you previously said that the Commonwealth had warranted that they would assist in paying $10 million to remediate. Do you recall that?
I said the cost was under $10 million, the estimates.
Yes, is that still what you think?
Clarification. That's to the best of my knowledge, but as I said, we're still undertaking detailed assessments.
To be very clear here, the Commonwealth hasn't actually given us a guarantee to pick up any of the tab. Instead, what they did do was discount the acquisition cost, correct?
As I said, it was factored into the cost of the land rather than any retrospective agreement
But
around
did we get a $10 million discount on the acquisition price?
As I said, it was less than $10 million, and I'm not in a position to speak any further about the nature of the arrangements that were certainly conducted before my time, and I'd have to take advice on the confidentiality of those matters.
Well, it's not. Are you taking that on the basis that it could be commercial in confidence?
No, certainly not.
Okay. So, what valuation process did you get independent to before we decided to pay? Actually, what was the acquisition cost?
As set out in the budget papers, it was $293 million.
So, $293 million. And what was the land valued at prior to acquisition?
Prior to acquisition, the land valuation is reflected in the cost, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
No, that's what we paid. That's not what the land's valued at.
That's right.
Did you get the land valued by anyone before you bought it?
There was a land valuation undertaken, yes.
Who did it?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Was it CBRE?
I'd have to take that on notice. It was certainly before my time as CEO of the authority.
Okay, well, someone would have produced a valuation report, correct?
That's right.
Can we on notice get the valuation report?
I'm happy to take advice on that, and I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Can I ask, has the authority met with the Perriches, the Medics, or Miss Louise Waterhouse?
The authority has, to the best of my knowledge, met with the Perriches and with the Waterhouse family, or Louise Waterhouse, yes.
What was the purpose of the meetings?
They are landowners within the Aerotropolis, and as part of our functions, we will meet with landowners as part of our engagement in the Aerotropolis.
Okay. And did they make any specific requests?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So what, was it just a catch-up or...?
Well, I'm happy to take the details of that on notice. It's recorded.
Did you meet with them or...?
I have met with them previously, yes.
And do you recall what you met with them about?
Well, as part of the process of engagement with any landowner, there may be a request for us to meet, discussing certainly the plans of the authority, only public information in any case, and then understanding any plans that they have to develop in the Aerotropolis.
Okay, and how many other, well, on notice, can we get the dates of the meetings that the authorities have, the dates that you've met with them, those three families, and any description or detail you wish to provide about the nature of the meetings, any outcomes that were reached?
Yeah, very happy to.
Thank you. I think that's it for Dr. Hill.
Okay, if everyone else is happy, then Dr. Hill, you are excused.
That's right, I'll hang out with my sisters here today. I'll wait.
Secretary Brown, first things first, can we establish where exactly are Investment New South Wales' offices right now?
So we have personnel in a number of places.
Let's go from Sydney.
Sydney, 52 Martin Place.
Yep.
The Sydney Startup Hub. And then Destination New South Wales is still part of Investment New South Wales, and they're at the Rocks.
Okay, do we still have the premises at 11 to 31 York Street?
That is the Sydney Startup Hub, yes.
Okay, and the core of your personnel are at 52 Martin Place?
That is correct.
Was there a fit out? Did you fit
of this
52 Martin Place?
A fit out of 52 Martin Place. We have not a full fit out of 52 Martin Place, no, but we have done some work in terms of installing the right number of lockers and things like that. But
okay, fair enough. Thank you. And can we go through your overseas offices, please?
Yeah.
I'm just reading from page 4 of your annual report.
Sure.
Do you have the rent? Do we pay the Austrade offices rent?
Yes.
Yes, we do under our agreement with Austrade.
How much do we pay for the China office?
Oh, so the China office and they're our independent offices, yeah.
Okay. So we've got one in Guangzhou.
So that's why you'll have rent figures in our budget there.
Okay, but I'm asking you specifically about the premise that is in Guangzhou. How much do we pay in rent?
I'll have to get the figures for you, but I would say it's approximately $100,000 to $200,000 a year, and I'll take it on notice for the exact specific amount.
Please, if you don't mind, can we get the Shanghai office?
It would be around about the same.
Okay. In Bandra, in Mumbai, fine place.
Fine place, it is.
To be fair, I think the Mumbai wing of my family are in Bandra, so it's
I've lived
nice,
there for
lovely
5
place.
years, let me say.
You lived there for 5 years?
Yeah.
Separate conversation.
We'll take that offline.
How much are we paying for our Bandra office, which is otherwise...
Yeah, look, what I'll do is I'll give you, rather than going through individually, I'll give you a question. I will break down each individual rent. So our independent offices are Mumbai, where we pay rent directly, London, where we pay rent directly, Guangzhou and Shanghai.
And what about New York?
New York, we have acquired a property, or we're about to lease a property. It would not have been in last financial year's report. We're opening within the New South Wales Consulate, and our rent there is paid to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade because we're a subtenant within the Australian Consulate.
Sorry, we've got a lease or we've acquired a property?
We've got a lease. We've just gone into a lease with them.
Okay. Can I ask, what exactly is the global, it's called the division inside Investment New South Wales. Again, Secretary/CEO, feel free to answer any of these questions if you so wish. It's called the Global Trade Network, or is that what it is in terms of your structure?
Yeah, that could mean one of two things. It could be our international team, which includes an onshore and offshore presence.
Yep.
All of this sits under Kylie Bell, who's with us. Or that could mean just simply the overseas network of offices, so those of our personnel who reside outside of Australia.
So what is the budget for all the overseas operations that reside outside of Australia?
So for 21-22, it's $21 million.
And do you know what's in the forwards for the coming years, accepting that it's in the forwards, but it might change because of the budget?
It's Yes, it certainly changes year on year.
Yeah, what's currently in the forwards?
So it's 100.
Over the next 4 years, from this year onwards, it's 128 million, and that includes some staff onshore that enable it.
Sure.
But it's 128 million.
Okay, in respect to the 8 trade commissioners / agent...
Can I just correct, it's 6.
Okay, sorry, forgive me, there's 6.
Yes, thank you.
That are... can we go through, firstly, I'm going to work off the presumption that the 6 of them are going to be working in offices.
Correct.
That we've gone through?
Yes.
Yes. And we are still keeping the position in San Francisco, are we not?
Right.
Correct, but we do not use an office there. It's a Trade and Investment Commissioner. He works in his front room.
It says here we relinquished our WeWork office, which I'm sure is the reason why they collapsed. It's fair enough. But are they a senior trade commissioner or not?
No, he's a trade commissioner. So and employed locally. He's a US citizen and has been based in our office in our point of presence in San Francisco for about 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
But he's not a senior trade and investment commissioner under the same terms and conditions as the 6 candidates that you're speaking about.
Okay, does that I presume the same arrangement applies to the person who is posted in Vietnam?
So the person that's based in Vietnam sits in the Austrade office in Ho Chi Minh City. Yep. And he's not, we call him he's locally engaged, and we call him a trade and investment director.
Okay, so that's excluded from the 6?
Yes,
and
that's
is
right.
The same arrangement in Singapore?
Yeah, so the 6, it's just easier if I just give you the 6. So if we start in Singapore, because we're just there. So he is the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner for ASEAN. Yep. He's based in Singapore, and our operations in Vietnam, Indonesia, KL and Singapore will report into him. Yep. But they're typically, those other locations are embedded within Australia. So we have Singapore stick. Yep. His name is Andrew Parker. He'll join us in April, and he's coming from PwC, so we're very lucky to have him. If I go to the Americas, our head office will be in New York. We are, as I think the Minister said this morning, in the process of recruiting for that role. Yep. And we will have someone on board potentially as early as April. Yep. And we will then move into that office at that point in time. But at the moment, we've just taken a lease. We're having the building or the space fitted out, ready for occupation. Mm-hmm. In the US, we also have a team or 2 people in San Francisco who, as you said, we relinquished the WeWork, so they're sitting at home, but apparently that's what's happening in San Francisco at the moment. People aren't necessarily working in offices. We're also recruiting for a person in Washington, and those interviews were held last week, that will report into the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner in New York.
Yep, so hang on, let me just get this right. So we've got the New York position that will have both the San Francisco, who is working from home, and then we are looking for someone at Washington, yep.
We'll put someone into Toronto as well as Santiago, and those offices will be based, one person based in Austrade, who will also report in to the New York Trade and Investment Commission.
Presumably we're in Japan too?
Yeah, so Japan, we have taken a list. We have a Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner who joined us last year, Mr. Michael Newman. Yep. And Mike has not been able to get into Tokyo because Japanese borders have been closed because of COVID. And of course, being the government, we want to do the right thing and the appropriate thing. So he's looking now to travel on the 21st, pending the Japanese government approving his working visa. We weren't able to make an application for him any earlier.
And the Agent General, of course.
And the Agent General is in London. Stephen landed in the UK in January. Again, we had to go through a process of approvals, not just with the New South Wales government, but also with the UK government. And he went across just before Australia Day. He's there now, and he has an office in London in Australia House, and we are a tenant of DFAT.
Yeah. So you may have mentioned the figure before, but over the 4 years, was it 121 or 128 million?
128 million.
Is in the forwards.
Yeah, to June 2025.
Yeah, which is the outer limit of the forwards. Do you mind on notice just giving us the profile by year?
Yeah, so this year it's 21, I think next year it's 23. It goes up a little,
So can I ask, how many staff are going to be working out of the London office?
So the London office will have 6 staff.
Yep. And how many will be working out of
Globally, we'll have 55. Each region has, so we have 6 regions globally. Each region has 9, except for the Americas, which has 10.
Okay, on notice, can we get the 55 broken down?
Sure.
And how are we remunerating them? Are they public servants?
So essentially we have the 6 senior trade and investment commissioners which lead each region, and I think you spoke this morning about how they are remunerated. They are public servants, well, typically aligned with the New South Wales.
The Act,
Yeah. The balance of our staff are locally employed overseas, and we typically employ people that are from the US or from the UK because we're employing them for their networks and their knowledge of how to do business.
But they're not being employed under the Public Service Act?
No, so we try and so they're not public servants as our team here is. They have unique contracts which tries to ensure that we comply with any act or obligations here in New South Wales, an employer, but also that we local requirements. So, for example, in the UK, they get paid a UK pension, they get paid NHS. So our contracts there are very much aligned to ensuring that we employ as a UK employer. And we have entities set up in each of the locations.
We're not the only Australian entity to have staff employed offshore. So I accept that. That's basic procedure.
We need to be legally so we need to comply in both locations.
I'm interested in specifically what is the legal authority to employ locally engaged staff under the New South Wales Act. So are they being hired as contractors under our Act, or given that
so this is why there's been a few delays. So as we've expanded the network, we have had to, in a number of cases, set up unique New South Wales government entities in that country so that we can legally employ people.
That's what I was thinking about, actually.
Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer, so don't quote me, but so, for example, in the UK, we operate in the Crown of the state of New South Wales. In Japan, we've actually had to set up a not-for-profit business entity, and our staff are being employed, and that's taken 6 months because of COVID, and our staff will be in Japan employed by that entity.
This is relevant for how exactly all this will show up on our accounts and our balance sheet. And so can we, on notice, just get the list of the names of all the entities we've formed?
And some are employed by Austrade.
Look, there are different bespoke arrangements.
So we've had to, it's been far more complex than we thought it would be 2 years ago when we announced this, but we've had to set up and get special assistance to help with that. So we do have, for example, in the US, we've just set up a New South Wales government entity there so that we can employ. We've also had to hire a bespoke payroll provider that pays each in each jurisdiction globally on our behalf, because the money it goes into the payroll provider and then into our international staff's bank accounts.
Indeed.
So anyway, it's a complex thing, but we're happy to take each of our entities.
Provide you with more detail, that's easier.
But there are specific rules, and look, I'm not going to sweat this too much, but there are specific rules around the creation of sort of these entities. And they are best described as ad hoc. And that's just, which is why getting a list of what have we created, under what laws, and how these holding entities or shell companies or companies are being run would be very helpful.
So yes, there is the Premier has to delegate for the New South Wales government to establish any entity. It has to be signed off by the Treasurer.
Indeed.
And we go through a process. So.
Thank you. That would be helpful. I'm also interested as to what extent are they covered by the the GIPA Act, as to whether or not they're GIPA-able as controlled entities, because depending on how you legally form will turn on whether or not they are subject to freedom of information. And incidentally, I presume they're all controlled entities of Investment New South Wales?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Yes. So for accounting purposes, at some point in your next report, we're going to see them in your report as controlled entities. And
look, financially, our international team don't have access to SAP. So actually, most of the accounting work is still done onshore for them, and it's very paper-based. So from a
how to report all this and therefore scrutinise it for Parliament is a relevant question. So we are very interested in that, because equally there are questions about how responsive they are to calls for papers and the such, as well as these entities. So if they're controlled by a minister, like where a lot turns on it. So So I invite you on notice to provide us with a list, and then any further information you can about how the New South Wales government exercises control over them or not.
And it's worth noting as well that all of our onshore policies, around risk and governance and finance and requirements to comply with information requests and so on, apply to our offshore entities. So
staff.
And our staff. So we impose requirements on them just through the fact that they are employed via Investment New South Wales.
I'm just working off the assumption that they have to follow New South Wales law regardless of where they are.
Absolutely, and our contracts always have
local law as well. Yes, thank you. Can I ask, in respect to these 6 positions, are we paying for anyone's residences?
No.
No? No. Thank you. And do we have any further information around their packages, the salary packages?
In what sense?
The cost of living allowance especially.
So the cost of living allowance I took on notice this morning, as they differ for each Senior Trade Investment Commissioner and the Agent General. So I'll provide back to you on notice what those allowances look like.
What is their budget for each office? Can you provide us on notice what the actual budget is as well?
Yeah.
Thank you. And can I ask, in respect to the Agent General function, why are we using them, calling them an Agent General? There was a rationale.
There's a lot of history to that, including the position is recognised by the UK government, so it's got a kind of dual, recognition, if you will. So.
No, he's answering for
Relax, there's not much in it other than 2 years ago Treasury were telling us when we asked them in 19 that they were looking into whether the title would need to be used. I'm now going to infer that the title was used, but this apparently was subject to some review as part of the trade strategy. So that's the reason I'm asking, because we have been asking about this for 2 years. At the time we were told that gives them special access to certain diplomatic circuits, which raises the question, I know you guys care a lot about protocol when it comes to the United Kingdom, so I'm going to ask the Secretary on notice to provide what exactly are the additional privileges of being called an Agent General, and what is the intent in terms of how we use it?
Thank you. Kylie undertook the review. I don't know if you want to comment briefly.
I can just verify that our Agent General does not have a diplomatic passport, for example, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, we got told that they get special invites. In fact, when I was asking Treasury officials about this 2 years ago, I was told that there's a certain slew of garden party that our Agent General gets to go to.
Well, he hasn't been garden partying. It's winter, so he hasn't been to garden parties yet. But essentially, it is an official title that is bestowed on state government officials, not just for for Australia, but Canada, to any state government jurisdictions that are represented within the UK due to the Commonwealth. And
I'm not critical of it.
Yeah, so I think they might have been a bit tongue-in-cheek about because he does, you asked this morning about his KPIs, and he's there to facilitate business for New South Wales and protect our commercial interests in not just the UK, but he also has a wider remit across Europe and Israel. So,
can we get on notice how many applicants there were for these jobs?
Yes, I think so.
We'll provide you with everything we can.
Yeah, so in that we used a recruitment firm, NGS Global, so they actually screened the it was advertised in the AFR. They screened the applicants, provide a shortlist. They start with a long list and then a short list.
I'm interested in how many people are on the long list, which you would have been advised, and I'm also interested in how many people made it to the short list.
We
can take it on notice.
You don't mind. For what it's worth, I contended this. You also advertised in the Financial Times.
Yes, we've got that. We've got a bit more detail on that now. Yes.
Yeah. Why did we only do 3, given we paid $20,000 in the print edition of the FT and $10,000 on the online? And at least 2.5 in the Economist. Why didn't we just go for the full 6?
It was a budget decision, quite frankly. The funding was allocated for the expansion of the international network across 2 financial years. So when we sat within New South Wales Treasury, they started the recruitment process. And so the first 3 roles that were advertised were the ones that we had budget for at the time. And we were waiting for the November 2020 budget to be handed down to get the balance of funding. And so it was really around scheduling and budget allocations, but also quite directly on how much we could do at one time. We can only put in someone in the US when we have an entity established in the US. We're aware that some of those things take 6 months at the moment.
So, Secretary Brown, were you on the selection panel?
I was on the selection panel for some and not others because this function transitioned to Investment New South Wales in March last year.
So what I'm interested in is that we had this process which came with some expense to recruit these commissioners, and 2 of them happened to be partners at PwC.
No, go on. Yes.
Well,
sorry.
2 of them are partners at PwC. Ms. Brown, do you have a history with that firm?
I was a partner of PwC briefly, yes.
So was that a conflict? Did you know them?
I did not work. So I believe, and I can double check this, Vish Padmanabhan, I think, was a partner, worked at PwC, but he was more recently a partner of KPMG. So our time, 10 years of the firm didn't cross over, and he was based in India. Andrew Parker was a partner of PwC and had a kind of role in the deals function. I was in infrastructure, so we never worked together, no.
Okay, that wasn't necessarily my question. My question was, did you have a conflict and did you declare one? I guess is the second question that arises.
I noted and made the panel aware that I was a partner of PwC.
Who else was on the panel?
So for which interview in particular?
Well, if there's different panels that were used for each of the positions, feel free to tell me who was on the panel for each of them.
Every panel had various combinations of secretaries, I suppose, in that it was Secretary of Department of Premier and Cabinet, Treasury, DPI, the Public Service Commissioner, the CEO of Investment New South Wales and the CEO of WPCA, different combinations of those people depending on...
With respect to Dr Hill and DPIE, which I presume at the time could have been Dr Betts, why were they involved on the panel?
Yeah, so Dr Hill was within DPC at the time, and the trade and investment entity is very related to the outcomes that we're looking to achieve in the western part of the city.
But DPIE, was the head of DPIC just randomly chosen to go into it, or?
We just wanted to make sure that we had secretary, because I was a CEO at the time, we wanted to make sure we had a secretary level representation on every panel just to cast that kind of most senior eye over the candidates.
Okay. And was this process designed by Investment New South Wales, or?
No, this process was in New South Wales Treasury when the function sat there, and then it transitioned across after Mike Newman and Stephen Cartwright were they'd already gone through the process.
Transitioned across in March last year, and then presumably at that point, I don't think that we were underway.
Last question.
The question is I accept that the function came from Treasury.
That's right.
That Deputy Secretary didn't come, who was responsible for a Treasury.
That's right.
But these positions were decided in the second half of last year after Treasury had ceased to be involved. So are you saying that basically Investment New South Wales just followed the same protocol that was in place by Treasury to select these people?
So the first 2 candidates, the process commenced while it was in Treasury, so we just kept the panel the same when it came across, or else we'd have to start again. And then for the remaining positions, we followed the same process because
So, thank you, everybody. Yes, great. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for coming and staying this afternoon.
Indeed. Thank you all this afternoon and this morning for your participation. We do appreciate it. A number of questions were taken on notice. The Secretariat of the Parliament will be in touch to make the arrangements for you to provide the answers to those. And we are done. Thank you very much for your time.
Happy International Women's Day.